Pilot, we will wait for your confirmation of thrust before releasing the vehicles.
Roger. I have control.
Pull the pin. Pilot, lift line is clear. Let's go ahead and lock in. Auto head in versus ship and start pushing center line.
Pushing center line. Pilot off stick.
Good copy, pilot. We'll bring it back center line. Okay, deck, streaming looks good. Let's go ahead and launch Sirius. Pilot, if you could provide some aft way to reduce the tension in the tether.
Wilco dive suit.
Let me know if you get up above 60%.
Roger.
It's looking good there, pilot. Let's maintain what you got.
Maintaining. 30%.
3-0, copy.
Pilot 40.
Good copy. That's looking good, pilot. Let's maintain.
Roger.
Right, pilot, you can ease off lightly.
Pilot easing. And pilot off stick.
Good copy, pilot. Winch 0 wraps. Pilot 0 turns.
Wrap 0.
Turn 0.
Target lines are clear. Are you ready to descend, pilot?
Pilot's ready.
All right, let's descend at 15 meters per minute down to 50 meters. Winch will do the same, calling out every 10 meters.
Descending.
Descending. One 0 meters, wire out. And deck secure A-frame if you haven't already. Do 0 meters, wire out.
D230. All is well.
Good tracking, both vehicles.
Good copy, nav, good tracking. Three 0 meters, wire out. Four 0 meters, wire out.
D2 all stop 50.
vehicles holding 50 meters depth. Winch, dive super.
Go dive super.
Can we pass control to the control station at this time, please?
Roger. Passing control. Control room has it.
Co-pilot confirms winch control.
Good copy, co-pilot. Pilot, dive super.
Dive super pilot.
If the control room's ready, let's proceed with the dive.
Roger, we're diving.
Nav, dive super.
Go ahead.
How does our approach to the bottom look?
We're looking good. I suggest you pass the bridge, go into auto position, and then I'll call and move in.
Good copy, will do. Nav, dive super.
Go ahead.
Be advised, we are currently passing control to the bridge at this time. Please watch streaming as we do so.
Roger. We're watching streaming.
Nav, dive super.
Go ahead.
Bridge has good control. They're going to maintain what we're doing now. I'm ready to pass comms to you to work with them to come into holding station.
Roger. Nav has comms.
Nav has comms.
Go ahead, Nav.
Nav winch.
Go winch.
All looks well down here. Do I have permission to go off comms?
Permission granted. Thank you, winch.
Roger, thank you. Winch off comms.
You want to take pictures of comps every 1,000? All right. Looks like the winch is doing 32. If you guys want to slow down. 31, 32, 31, 32. We're supposed to go 30. He's slowing it down, so you know. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Bridge. Roger. Move complete. Thank you.
This is Okeanos video engineer Roland Bryan making a general announcement to all those on the ship and the shore. This is a reminder that all audio associated with this dive will be recorded with our archived video as well as being streamed ashore via the satellite and the internet. Keep that in mind as we proceed with the dive today and enjoy the dive. Thank you. Okeanos video engineer Roland Bryan making a general announcement to all those on the ship and the shore. This is a reminder that all audio associated with this dive will be recorded with our archive video as well as being streamed ashore via the satellite and the internet. Keep that in mind as we proceed with the dive today and enjoy the dive. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We are currently descending on our 7th dive target of this expedition. And it's a little bit different than the past couple dives that we've been doing along this Kodiak Bowie seamount chain, as we're exploring one of these interesting little domes kind of off of Welker Seamount as we work our way south along the chain, or southeast, towards Haida Gwaii. So today's dive is going to be deeper than the past couple that we've gone on the summit of this little dome feature, this potentially volcanic dome. And we're intending on kind of coming up this higher slope area. It shouldn't be too much of a slope, and then work our way across to the peak and see how much time we have from there. So pretty excited about this one, as there's very little information on these type of features. And with that, I'll pass it over to our geology science lead, Jamie.
Hi there. Thanks, Sam. Yes, my name is Jamie Conrad. I'm a geologist with the U.S. Geological Survey at the Pacific Coastal London Marine Science Center in Santa Cruz, California. And as Sam mentioned today, yes, we're diving on some very interesting little features. We're very close to Welker Seamount, which was as part of the Kodiak Bowie chain, which we've been diving on over the last couple days. Welker itself has been dated at about 15 million years old, but we wanted to look at features in general a little bit deeper and see, for example, the habitats that look deep, and these little features that are off to the southwest of Welker are interesting little bottom features that are down in the area where we wanted to explore. Now this is one of several such features that we see on the ocean floor that I really don't know very much about. They're kind of uniformly round and about 10 or so kilometers across and up to several hundred meters high, so they're maybe better described as a pancake than a dome. And exactly what they are is what we hope to find out. They might be volcanic in origin, that is, igneous volcanic in origin, or they might represent mud volcanoes, which are kind of more sedimentary and more related to fluid flow and that kind of thing. So it'll be interesting to see what we see, which we are already starting. We've just arrived at the bottom, and we're on a pretty muddy, soft bottom. So with that, I'll hand it off to our biology lead.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Merlin Best. I'm a biologist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. I work with the Integrated Conservation and Monitoring Program out of the Institute of Ocean Sciences in Sydney, BC, on Vancouver Island. And yeah, this dive we are targeting, especially in the beginning here, and it looks like we've landed kind of right in what I expected to see, which is part of the abyssal plain, just kind of at the foot of this feature. This, kind of characteristic large plain of soft-bottomed habitat is kind of, I guess it's one of the largest ecosystems in the world. It covers something like 50%, I think, is a number I heard, maybe as much as 70% of the oceans in general. So it's a largely unexplored habitat. Not very many platforms can reach these depths. So it's a very important data point for us to have. There's very little known about these depths, especially in the Gulf of Alaska. And so I'm kind of expecting to see exactly what we're seeing, lots of soft sediment, maybe with a few rocks kind of scattered around that have managed to stay exposed, and all of the different kinds of animals that live in and around the soft sediment. And as we progress further towards this feature that we're looking at, I think we will see a shift out of the abyssal plains, but time will tell. This is a very interesting anemone or anemone-like species. I think these little balls at the end of each tentacle tell me it could be something more of a corallimorph. And one of those beautiful little sea urchins could be similar to the little Easter eggs we were seeing on the deep dive that we did earlier on in the survey. Watch lead here.
All right, sounds good. Do we want to start off with a water sample here? Or?
Ooh, excellent idea. So glad everyone else is on top of the water sampling. Yeah, when we're all set up, a Niskin in this area would be great.
That's right.
Perfect.
So that was Niskin sample EX2306-D07-01W, Niskin bottle 1 at 3,288 meter depth.
Love a quick zoom of this grenadier if you're... I love it, another one of these curious grenadiers. Definitely a different morphology than the ones that we were seeing yesterday. Yeah, ROV, I wouldn't mind a zoom of this one. Thought it was a sea cucumber from far away, but I might see a mouth in the middle. I think we're looking at a large kind of flattened anemone. Ooh. Beautiful. So yeah, there are a couple of different genera of these grenadiers. The ones that we were seeing yesterday, Coryphaenoides, and thanks for the pronunciation help with that one. There's also a giant grenadier in the genus Albatrossia. I wonder if that might be what we're looking at today. Beautiful, very cool. So we're zooming in on the mouth of this really giant anemone. You can see it's surrounded by all of its tentacles. And it's pretty quiet right now. Very cool. Look at the symmetry. So this, again, is a cnidarian. It's related to corals and jellies and those kinds of things. So you see kind of the same basic structure, a similar one to what we see in the corals with the, you know, kind of think of this as a giant individual polyp with a mouth in the middle surrounded by tentacles. That's great, thanks.
Is he likely anchored on a rock or something hard?
Well, the one, the kind of flattened looking one that we sampled the other day just had like a shallow body underneath, and it was sort of nestled in the substrate. So most of the anemones that I've looked at, yeah, do have that longer body, and they'll adhere to something hard like a rock. Could be that there's a small rock or a pebble even underneath, but I think they're also...
but they don't have to.
Yeah, or maybe there's a modified group that's been modified to settle on soft sediment with kind of a shallower base that just kind of is nestled into the sediment. And this, I can't tell what this little creature is.
It's very difficult, but there's translucent tentacles coming out of it.
Okay, yeah, we're seeing these little translucent tentacles sort of very just hanging out. It's you know, that kind of radiating structure looks like it's hard, so I'm not sure if it's I'm not sure what that is. Excellent close-up. It is. So those two dots that we have are lasers that are calibrated to be exactly 10 centimeters apart. And we use those to get an idea of the scale of the things that we're seeing on this dive. Without them, it's really easy to lose track of the scale. Yeah, as we pan up, we can see, you know, abyssal, muddy, or soft sediment bottom as far as the eye can see. And this is pretty representative of what a lot of the seafloor looks like when we target, you know, seamounts and some of these other features that offer a bit of relief from these giant plains. You see really different ecosystems. And we can see the marine snow falling. So these are little flecks of detritus, kind of dead organic matter that's floated down all the way from the surface in some cases and parts of the midwater column. Eventually anything that's released up there that isn't recycled will make its way down here and then land and create this energy source mixed in with the sediments here that support an array of life. So we have been seeing a couple of these detritivores, animals that feed on the detritus that's settled on the seafloor, like this sea cucumber right ahead. And then there are other animals that are modified or have evolved and live within the sediment. We call them in fauna. So you can see evidence of some of the in fauna. Sometimes you see them sticking up, sometimes you see their casts or trails. Ooh, very cool. So there's a beautiful deep red color in the sea cucumber. And I'm sure if we did a time lapse, we could see it very slowly moving. But this one is pretty still. It's just resting. There's no need to rush. So as we make these observations, we're also looking at our science chat. We have a chat room full of our shore-based scientists that are tuning in, watching the video in real time, and typing in their observations and identifications as well.
This is an interesting little translucent.
Oh yeah, another one. That one might be more of like a little sea pig. And the larger one, we've had an ID from our science chat of Psychotropidae, possibly Benthodites, noting that there's no posterior appendage, and a tiny Scotoplanes, so that little smaller sea cucumber. Or a sea, we'll call it a sea piglet. I like that. Thanks for that, Kelly. Ooh, I think this is something we've seen once before on this survey when we were at close to these depths. Pretty sure they called it a pencil urchin, a sideroid urchin. Yeah, I'd love to get a look at the crustacean on the spine. The closer, the better. There's at least two, and maybe something else in between them, like a worm. As you can see, this urchin is also providing a little bit of habitat. Interesting observation that the spines have no skin, so there is fouling. So biofouling, which is other encrusting fauna landing on top of the spines that I guess are normally covered with some kind of dermal layer or protective skin. Ooh. Wow, look at the spines on this thing.
Yeah, those are amazing.
Yeah, like there are the, kind of regular size spines and then these gigantic, almost, pencil-sized
They look
spines.
like good defense, but they're all on the bottom as if he uses them mostly to walk around.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that wouldn't, you'd imagine it could increase the surface area and make it so that it would stay suspended over top of the sediment instead of sinking down into it. Wow, yeah, these two I would, yeah, these two crustaceans with the really brightly pigmented appendages facing the exact same direction, so they're, looks like they're both interested in the same thing. Very cool. Very cool, thanks for that zoom. So some kind of gammarid amphipods, we think. Ooh, I see the shadow of somebody, a big fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's another one of those large grenadiers. So also, I'll remind our science chat, you know, we accept requests. I have a general idea of what people are looking for in these collections and different research interests, but I'm heavily biased towards corals and sponges, so please pipe in if there's anything that we see along the way that's important for your research. Every now and then I see I can imagine I see some little depressions.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just shadows.
Right, shadows.
In the lighting.
Yeah. No, I think there's like a little,
yeah.
you know, maybe a hint of what lies beneath. And a nice big brittle star. And this sediment encrusted, possibly another kind of sea cucumber. Ooh. I, again, don't really know what this is.
It's got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of how we saw the urchins on a previous dive that was covered in different kinds of debris. And another one of those teeny tiny sea piglets. Perhaps this is another organism that's covered itself in debris or agglutinated. Okay, I have another vote for a holothurian with armor. Very interesting.
Now, are any of these random, I see different colors, mostly black, are those rocks? Or are those...
Oh, let's take a look.
Some left over, maybe this one in the lower foreground. Or no, that's well,
looks like a rock to me.
Does look like a rock. That's interesting. Perhaps it's dark, fine grained, perhaps a basalt. That's sort of the go-to rock out in this part of the world in the middle of the ocean. There's nothing but basaltic seamounts. And to the extent that we might be on an igneous volcano, we would probably expect to see basalt. Yeah, can we zoom in on that just a little bit? Yeah. Again, kind of an agglomerate, I'd call it. Again, yeah. So it's kind of interesting. These are scattered about, and it's hard to imagine in an environment like this how they get here. I think we're looking at more than a thin veneer of sediment in this part of the world. And there's no easy way to transport these things out here. And certainly not currents that would bring something out here like this. We're in a pretty flat area. So you wouldn't think this would come very far.
And it looks like we have a bonus coral observation as we're looking at this rock. This very small black corals come into view. So you can see the darker skeleton, the the tentacles from the polyps reaching out. This is a very cool one. It's hasn't branched in any way. It's just one solitary, one solitary branch with the tentacles coming off. I'm wondering if it's probably a juvenile of a larger coral. Not yet differentiated, but it's pretty tall. This is interesting. I'd love to hear from our science chat if they have any ideas. I'm seeing lots of little hydroids and some encrusting sponges.
Michael Vecchio and Kelly Brumley are wondering if these could be drop stones, and they could well be. Again, and as Kelly points out, it's difficult to say what rocks these really are. They likely have a little bit of a manganese crust varnish, but it's so far what we've seen is that varnish is pretty thin, and that did look like a fine-grained rock to me. And we really don't expect any basalts as drop stones, because there's most of the drop stones are going to come from the continent where there's a glaciation. Probably not so much that's derived, say, from one of the nearby seamounts, which would probably have never hosted any glaciers, or probably much older than the ice ages that were the Pleistocene ice ages you would first think of.
And this is great for every rock observation. There's also a little bit of biology. There's one of these a crinoid, so related to the other echinoderms that we've been seeing. You can see it's loosely attached, has kind of a hold fast at the bottom, and then these are the arms. And we've also seen that they're really good swimmers. They can be really quick when they want to be. It doesn't look like it from here.
Yeah, very, very interesting. We're seeing rocks here they look like they are mostly lying on the surface. I don't see anything that looks like it's poking through. Were it to be poking through, it would mean that we're really looking at a very thin sedimentary cover. Which is what I would hope, and give us a chance to see a little bit of geology, maybe as we move upslope.
Ooh, okay, this is very cool, fantastic. I wasn't really expecting to see a glass sponge here on the soft sediment, but there are a couple of species that are modified. They make these kind of spicule, like long bases that will allow them to settle in soft sediment, and this is very cool. I have no idea who this is, which is the best kind of sponge. Wow. And the only sponge that's coming to mind is Pheronema, but the structure of the main body looks very different. It's a very thin kind of urn shape with that big hole of the osculum in the center. And you can see these long strands of what we call spicules. They're the skeletal structures of these sponges. And in glass sponges and in other groups, they're made, they're silica based, so they're essentially glass. And they make these very intricate skeletons. This one we can see some really large tufts of spicules coming out in spines.
Oh, is that what that is? Those kind of yellowish things coming at us?
Yeah, so they'd be like a few of these large spicules kind of clumped together, sticking out. You imagine it would be some kind of a defensive strategy. And they are getting covered in different kinds of debris. You can see, I think, a little, it's a tube worm at the bottom. Wow, and yeah, you can see more, the modified long spicule tufts kind of coming out in...
along the bottom.
Yeah, a little bit thicker along the bottom, and so creating some kind of attachment point in the soft sediment.
And it looks like he's on something dark, maybe a rock.
Could be a rock.
I see a few scattered all around. It's So we might very well be looking at just a thin sedimentary cover here.
Wow. These are beautiful. Maybe if we saw a smaller individual, we would definitely be interested in a collection, but we'll pass this one.
See some trail-like features in the muds. Do you think those are some critters trail?
What's the word that we just learned? Lebenspuren? Lebenspuren? Something like that. Evidence of life. Yeah, definitely the trails from the urchins, leave a kind of a very distinct trail. These sea stars, they'll all leave a little bit of a mark. And again, another curious grenadier. Yeah, I've had another vote for Albatrossia, so this could be the giant grenadier.
And already the sediment's starting to look fairly pebbly. You see lots of little, what I'm guessing are rocks, pebble-sized little things, but they're already a lot denser than we were seeing right where we landed.
ROV, I'd love a zoom on that urchin to the left, if possible. The urchin to the left on the lower. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Lebenspuren, there we go. Thank you. I love it when there's a word for a thing that I see all the time and don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the really small, kind of almost buried, partially buried brittle stars. Very cool, very different. I know some of these scientists have piped in suggesting they might be dead tests, but I don't know. This one looks pretty... Yeah, I'd love to hear from our echinoderm experts what they think of this. Empty test, okay. Oh, it's really remarkably preserved. Oh yeah, and you can see, I think, little pieces kind of shed around it that might have come. Those might be the spines from this one. That's great. Thanks, RV. Ooh, coral at 2 o'clock. I think, yeah, I saw maybe one of those whip-like bamboo corals. Excellent. Yeah, I'd love to take a peek. So from here, this looks like it could be one of the very thin whip-like bamboo corals. Rhodicipes is the genus that I know. A little bit of a close-up on the polyps would help us. I know this one is a real challenge. It's very difficult to see even from back here. See something attached to it too. That little pinkish glob could be, well, let's see what it is.
It has a nice spiral shape to it, I like.
Yeah. There are a couple of corals that seem to do that in really different groups. looks like it might be a big isopod or something attached to the end there. There's a zone of missing polyps. But yeah, I think that this is a Rhodocipes. So if you look really closely, you'd be able to see the banding that is typical of these bamboo corals. But of course, they're only like a few millimeters thick in places. There's kind of a modified, holdfast that's buried in the sediment. Could be just kind of more like root-like structures. Ooh. Beautiful. So yeah, you can see the individual polyps kind of similar to some of the corals that we've been seeing on previous dives with the should be 8 tentacles coming out of the body of the polyp with a little mouth in the middle, so a mini version of the anemone that we were zooming on earlier.
Oh, wow.
And really thin layer of tissue over the skeleton, which I think if I really squint, I can see some of that banding, perhaps. Well, I don't know now. Can even see some of the internal structures of these polyps with this level of zoom. This is amazing.
I think chat room is telling us this is not bamboo.
Oh, okay, Rhodocipes must be. We'll have to take a look now. Certainly looks very different. As long as we're all on the same Rhodocipes page. Oh, maybe closer related to the chrysogorgids. Very cool, my mistake. Beautiful zoom, thanks for that.
So the pebbles and cobbles are getting more and more common as we head up slope just a little bit. It's starting to give me and there's even some boulder-sized, possibly boulder-sized ones are approaching that, giving me a little bit of confidence that this is an igneous volcano. This is a very different kind of seamount than the one we've been diving over on the last couple days. This is one of a number of very small features on the seafloor that kind of have a uniform size and shape. They're typically roundish looking, maybe up to average about 10 kilometers across, and are just a couple hundred, 200, 300, 400 meters high, and are something I think very different from the seamount. We're right next to the Welker chain. I can tell Merlin wants to talk about this, so I'll let her go.
Oh, I'm just looking at the close-up of this black coral. I'm seeing, 4 distinct rows where these little branchlets coming off, we call them pinnules, are coming off of the main branch I think I'm seeing 4 distinct rows, so that is diagnostic. It tells us that this one is likely Parentipithes. And it's just stunning, the almost translucent polyps. Wow. And tentacles coming off of it. These are really beautiful.
What are those bright spots? Are those...
Oh, I'm trying to figure that out, actually. It looks like, they're like at the base maybe of some of the tentacles, so within the polyp body. Hard to say. Sometimes when you see little white balls, that indicates a reproductive structure. Tough to say from here.
Very nice rock it's found to anchor on.
It is a nice rock.
Yeah.
Does it look a little similar to the ones that we've been seeing, but there's a bit more texture to it.
Yeah, can we zoom in on the rock just to get a little bit of a close-up and see if we can see texture? This one's very dark. It may have a bit of a manganese coating that obscures everything but the coating.
Of course, I'm going to scan this biology while we're at it. There's at least a couple of different kinds of encrusting sponges, and then juvenile glass sponge maybe in the lower left. Small anemones. I can see the body of some kind of crustacean, at least the tail. Ooh. Is that kind of the sediment cloud maybe? Or the shadow?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. And yeah, you can see some of the little oscules on these encrusting sponges. They're scattered with them. Maybe a hemidesmia. I think there's lots of different things. It could be another couple of sea piglets. Yeah, we are seeing more of these, boulders and definitely pebbles. I guess might expect that getting closer to this feature that we're looking for.
Yeah, as we start to go upslope, we'll maybe get closer to something nearing an outcrop. Yeah, these are real interesting little features. They are a seamount chain of their own, and it's oh wow, looks like outcrop. But they're quite distinct in morphology from the larger seamounts, and that they're kind of uniformly small-sized. And though they do occur in chains, they don't look like they quite line up with the seamount chains that have passed over hotspots. I wondered if they maybe aren't following transform faults in the crust, in the oceanic crust, in the deeper crust, or perhaps some other kind of fracture or fault. But there are a couple different alignments of them, depending on where you look, up here in the Gulf. When I was first looking at these, they also had an appearance of mud volcanoes I've seen in certain places that are kind of broad and kind of low bite, round feet with flat tops. But we're seeing enough basalt that convinces me that we're likely on some kind of a volcano, so it will be an igneous volcano, that is. So it'll be interesting to compare the age of these, if we are able to date it, as well as the chemistry, and compare it to the other seamounts that are out here.
So I have a question, since you brought up mud volcanoes. Is a mud volcano a volcano that's made out of mud, or does it erupt mud? Or both?
Yeah, both. It's mud that is carried up to the surface by fluid flow. They're usually accompanied with both fluids that are water, as well as other gases like methane. Mostly methane is, in my experience, typical along the west coast of the United States.
a kind of a similar way that cold seeps are formed, just bigger, and it brings like
Right.
sediment along and makes kind of a mound.
Yeah. For whatever reason, they just have a source of mud in their plumbing system that they're carrying up, and as they get to the surface, it falls away.
Okay, well now I have to talk about these sponges because we're seeing them everywhere now. As soon as we've got up to just a little, just the edges of this outcrop, we're seeing an abundance of these glass sponges. I think they're all sort of round, maybe have like a vase shape or a trumpet shape at the base, but and we'll have to get a good look at a couple of these. Ooh. Could be, hard to tell from here. Could be something like a smaller version of the conilasmas we were seeing earlier. Yeah, I'll have to go through my the references that I brought on board. This isn't something that is immediately jumping to mind, so I have seen a couple of very cool glass sponges already today. This is a good start to the day.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for that. If we could find one to look at from the side, or there's also a stocked sponge behind it that I'd love to get a look at.
If we just pan up, yeah.
Stocked sponge with something attached to the bottom. Very cool.
Or is that an older stock? That's...
Yeah, hard to say. It definitely could be. Could be a tube, somebody's tube.
Who's that living in that little hole?
There is a serpulid worm with its fan, its feeding appendage sticking out and behind it.
And a sponge to the left?
An encrusting sponge. And this one, very cool. Looks like, another one of the stocked sponges. Its name is eluding me at the moment. Kaulo. No. Have a couple of references that I should definitely bring out now that I know that we're going to be inundated with glass sponges. I love these. The stocked sponges are fairly unique. One that we saw yesterday is one that I haven't seen before. I have seen something similar. Oh yeah, you do see some of the dead stalks of other ones kind of in the background. Oh yeah, possibly Caulophacus. There we go. Facus or fascius.
And as we're seeing some loose boulders here with, looks like just out of our view above, is almost looks like good going outcrop. Might be a good place to get a sample while we have some loose pieces, and we don't have to try to beat yesterday's record of, well, I don't know what that was, close to, I've been afraid to put it on any of the scales so far, but it was at least 15 kilograms, I think.
Do you think we could target a rock that has a little sponge growing on it?
Sure.
One of these
if you see something.
shaped sponges. The more that I see, the more they look like they might be small conilasma sponges, but would love to get a sample to confirm. Oh, there's a cool coral. Okay, there's a lot going on here. I see one there. Maybe this one up here. Any of those small ones? Would this one fit the bill?
Yeah, maybe the lower one would be better.
So if we pause...
The other one looks a little large, although I'm not sure of scale right now. Yeah, well, it's... Okay, that's about what I thought yesterday's rock was, a little over 20 centimeters, and it was bigger than that. So maybe just out of view below, and to the
yeah. So there's a rock with one of these
right.
kind of circular sponges on it, just to the right under the lasers. Yeah, I think you got it. you think, would that work for you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that looks like a good one.
Okay.
Yeah. And if that doesn't work, there's any number of other possibilities here that
Even
don't have...
This one is a very small one.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd be happy with the rock box as long as it stays, if we can keep that sponge on top to the best of our ability. It's either one works for me. I don't think there's anything on here that will jump.
That shouldn't fall off or crawl away.
Yeah, hopefully this rock isn't a whole lot bigger than it looks. I think we're getting a bonus stock on this rock as well. Could be a black coral, skeleton, maybe one of the stocked sponges, but I'm leaning towards black coral.
This is 02 Geology, that's right.
Oop. Thanks. If it's not, there should be lots of others to choose from.
That's good to know.
Yeah, maybe a little bigger than it looked.
He's still got his sponge.
Oh, good. Okay, it looks like there's also a species of Atlanticella we could be looking at for these little sponges. Some not so little. This one is. Yeah, it's definitely more flexible than the Conilasma. Yeah, Well, we'll take a look.
All right, Nev, thank you.
Beautiful, thanks. This is true. It is, yeah. Could we get a zoom on that? Yeah, crinoid there, different coral there. Very cool black coral up here.
Oh, okay.
So I think what we're zooming in on is a different kind of black coral, a morphology that we haven't seen yet on this survey, I don't think, where it has one long kind of stem and then only branches out way at the top. And I think we might be looking at something like umbellapathes, so kind of the umbrella-shaped black coral genus. That's beautiful. Yeah, so I'm seeing 3 main branches coming off the stem, each with their own set of pinnules that are the kind of branchlets covered in polyps and little tentacles. They're in groups of 6, so these are versus the groups of 8 like we see in the octocorals. Each polyp pair kind of just hanging out in the water column, collecting its food. Beautiful, thanks for that. Yeah, I think these are really beautiful, so I don't have my black coral taxonomist piping in, but I think it's safe to say umbellapathes or something closely related. Just stunning. Oh, that's great. Maybe pan, there was another coral to the left, I think. Yeah, see that white branching coral?
On the far left?
Yeah, on the far left.
Next to the translucent anemone?
Translucent anemone, yeah, it's very beautiful. There's a couple of them. Wow, there's already so much just in the foothills of this little dome.
So these little, the kind of summits to these otherwise kind of pancake-shaped, low but broad seamounts we're on, such as the one we're on, all had, or not all, but mostly shared a kind of a common morphology at the top, where they had a very subtle depression and very often having one or more kind of summits or perhaps resurgent dome type features that maybe represent the last stage of the eruption, or maybe just the main central vent to these interesting features, interesting volcanoes. So we're ascending the side of one of these kind of sub-summits that rise up a couple hundred meters above the rest of the these dome-like volcanoes.
Wow. Look at this. Yeah, one of the translucent anemones stuck to these rocks. It's got a very linear mouth. I don't know a lot about the different identifying features of anemones. And the coral that we zoomed in on a moment ago, maybe one of the Peristanellas, definitely a different branching pattern than what we've been looking at. And their polyps are more in whorls. So I'll have to spend a bit of time with my guide. There's all sorts of different, very different assemblage here. That's great. Thanks for that. Thanks for that zoom. Perfect. Yeah, this is just the beginnings of these foothills, so maybe we'll see more as we continue. Very happy to have a sample. I think more of the Parantipathes coral we zoomed in on earlier. No, I'm just kind of scanning. No sample requests just yet. Thank you.
Getting very close to seeing some rocks that actually look in place. In fact, these kind of look in place. They have a vague pillow look to them. Might be looking, yeah, I'd say we probably are looking at pillows. You can see a little bit of a chilled margin on some of these, a little rounded look to just a centimeter or so thick piece of it, and then more of an inner core. So these pillows form as like little lobes as the lava bursts out of the vent it's issuing from, or sometimes just a hole in the lava tube or the side of the flow, and they kind of break through the outer crust that they're in and quickly become quenched in the seawater. So they're distinctive and characteristic of subsea eruptions.
And if you look in the stream number 2, the view from Sirius, the second ROV that's hovering above D2, you can see D2 up against a background of this very cool geologic feature, just scattered with these small sponges.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably a big pillow, and I think they probably fracture like this almost immediately. This came out and formed as a pillow, as I just described, and then probably fairly quickly, as it cooled, shattered, just because of the thermal changes. And so the face of it's now gone. It makes most of the rest of this rubble, but we've got a nice cross section of a pillow. It's not a very soft pillow, but
I like a hard pillow. This could work for me. No? I'm seeing a couple of the dead kind of sediment-filled individuals of this sponge. ROV watch lead. So I do have a request to collect this, the white branching coral. Maybe if you can find one that looks like it's a good setup. Yeah, that's a... Where are the lasers? Yes, right there. Thank you. There seem to be lots in this area, so... If we zoom in, it's really hard to tell. Maybe on the side, maybe on the... It's kind of obscured by that slime at the bottom. So a snip would be sufficient, or if you think it's easier to kind of pull the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds great. So it's possible the holdfast is tight enough that if this rock is loose, it could bring it with it. No, or we snip. Great.
Port outer. Thank you.
Oh, Primnoidae. Let's see. Like that. Here. So if this was me annotating this imagery after the fact, I'd be counting every individual possible Atlanticella, these little glass sponges.
It's great you'll have time to do that when you get back in the office.
No, this won't be me. I have my own archive of video to go through. Everywhere, just the unstocked kind. You see a white one, I think it's a pony. But there are any other things? Sky blue. That's the only one on our list so far. Okay. Yeah, we got the white pool. Way more interesting than those. I know.
It's interesting, we see a lot of these really shattered round rocks. Again, I believe what those are pillows that have shattered soon after solidifying, and so just thermally unstable in nearly ice cold water compared to the temperature they extruded at, 11 or 1200 degrees centigrade. Kind of explains how we find all the rubble that we do on the sides of these submarine volcanoes. That's one thing I always wondered about, is without wind and weather and weathering and erosion like you get on land, how you still wind up with fragmented deposits from what originally was emplaced as a solid lava flow.
Yeah, so I guess with this side too, it's a little bit interesting because it's pretty different than the other things we've been exploring along this seamount chain for a number of reasons. One of which being doesn't seem like a seamount to me, and the other being I don't think that this ever breached the surface and we wouldn't see any shoreline deposits on this?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, we're down at about 3,300 meters right now. Yeah, these are very distinct from the other seamounts in that they're surely deep water environment out on the abyssal plain. They here we're very close to Welker Seamount, but I think that could just be coincidental. There are other chains of these similar looking, and I guess I'd still call them a seamount. They do rise up a little bit from the seafloor, but really only a few hundred meters. The main body of this thing was about 300 meters above the abyssal plain, and this kind of sub-peak that we're climbing right now is another 150 or so meters high. So all in all, these have never been anywhere close to the sea surface. They've always been submerged and down probably close to 3,000 meters there the whole time. One big question is just how old they are.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, we have like some idea of a lot of the seamounts in the chain. I wonder about this.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anybody that has ever sampled any of these things. I wasn't really aware of them until I started looking more closely at the bathymetry in this area, mostly looking at the bigger seamounts. But these ones kind of stood out. They're kind of have unique appearances. To my eye, they look kind of like they're the same age, to the extent that we could maybe tell, which to me would simply be by the amount of sediment cover they might acquire over time. But maybe because they rise up, they tend to be areas of slightly faster current, and they are not getting much sediment cover through time. So, but it'll certainly be a while before we have enough information, if we ever collect other samples of these little domes to date, to find out how old they are. We'll certainly try to get an age on this one, and that'll be a start.
Excellent. So I think here we're looking at a tube anemone. Can't really see the tube. That'd be a Cerianthus.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav. Yeah, well, let's head straight for it. We'll see what kind of exposures we get here. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is mostly what we're going to be seeing. I don't have reason to think it's going to be too different from here. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, it would be great to be able to keep track of our progress. Yeah, what time are we looking to come back up? Alrighty. Sounds good.
Looks like another glass sponge in here.
We have a request for this.
I believe the request is for the Cereanthe, the tube anemone.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye out for those along the dive. And with that zoom, you can really see the structure of the spicules. Which is a good way to identify these species. I don't know if at this scale identification is possible, but somebody with a keener eye than I. Looks like maybe a little brittle star arm poking over the top corner as well. Oh, wow.
Hanging by a thread? I don't see it. Yeah.
I don't know what to think of that. Some sort of fish. You can kind of see translucent fins. Ah, arrowworm.
Arrowworm.
That makes more sense.
Watch lead, yeah? No, I don't think so. No, sorry. I don't know if we have one identified. Did we? Yeah. Yeah, we're still on the watch for what we're looking for. No sample.
RV Pilot Survey 1. Yeah, the thing we're looking for to sample is one of those blue anemones. So if we see one of those, that's what we're looking for. We saw one a little bit ago. Sure, let's take a look.
There's Christopher Ma. I figured he'd be interested in the star.
I'm anxiously awaiting Chris Ma's input in the chat as to what we might be looking at.
Bathycera master, says Chris. A range extension.
Excellent.
So I'm guessing that means this is the farthest north, east, south, or west from the last known range.
Yeah, and I think that's a big reason why we choose targets like this that are a little bit deeper, a little bit further afield from where other sampling efforts have, or video efforts have taken place, so we can see just how far and just how well distributed a lot of these different species are, because there's just so much unknown. Yeah, it looks like these are primarily known in Oregon and Washington. And I'm seeing from Asako in the chat that that purple tube anemone that we saw before was collected in Hawaii. So this is pretty far north for that as well. So we may be seeing a number of northern extensions on this dive.
A really remarkable radial pattern to the fracturing on that boulder that the star is on.
Is this some sort of encrusting sponge?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what to think about this. It looks like we're seeing in the chat a dead sponge attachment, which kind of makes sense why I didn't even know where to start. It seems spongy. But now I'm seeing potential egg case, which I could see that as well. And maybe that's where whatever was in the egg came out of. I could be convinced. And now I'm seeing maybe coral. which makes me feel a little bit better about my confusion. It looks like we have Merlin coming back in the room, and maybe you could help tell us what we're looking at here.
I don't know. I just coming in back from lunch, and my first guess would have been sponge, but I don't know what I'm looking at. Let's see. What's the science chat saying?
We're all over the place at the moment. Started with dead sponge attachment, moved on to potentially coral. Now we're thinking egg case.
Can we pan out a little bit? Huh.
I do like the egg case idea.
Have we seen a couple of these, or is this the first one?
This is the first I saw.
Huh, yeah, it's definitely got, a big old hole in it, so something either try to get in or try to get out. Do you have a sample request at all? I'm just logging in.
I feel like we should.
I don't know how we get it. I guess a suction.
Would it come off?
Yeah, we could see how hard it is.
Can we do that? I'd love to poke it and see how hard it is. It does look like it's been torn by something.
It does. I just hope when we poke it, something doesn't decide to come out. It's like the beginning of a horror movie.
Pretty sure this is how the first episode of The X-Files started.
Yeah, let's give it a little tickle.
Oh, soft. Soft dermal layer. Okay. Yeah. It seems like it. It seems pretty delicate. Yeah, why don't we try, I think, scraping it to the best of your ability with the manipulator and then suctioning what we get.
Maybe.
Layers of old protein. I think maybe a scrape with the slurp nozzle. It's very, yeah, it's pretty soft. That rock is a little bit too big to sample, unfortunately. So I think we'll attempt a suction. So folks tuning in haven't seen this kind of sample collection before. We have a suction sampler attached to this ROV. It's a long hose that flushes water through to create suction, and we can change the level of strength that we use. So maybe we can gently suction at least a piece of this. If we can't get any morphological information, we might be able to get some DNA results that could indicate even a broad group that this might belong to. It's got us all stumped.
Yeah, maybe when we take a closer look under the microscope later, something will come to light. But
yeah, so if it's a sponge, I'd expect to see some of those spicules, even very small ones. Although not all sponges have spicules, much to my dismay.
It'd be too easy.
Yeah, that would be too easy. My favorite one has no spicules, and it encrusts on other sponges.
Oh.
So it's makes my life really difficult, but it's very cool. I think it's always worth a collection when our collective knowledge can't identify it. That means it's something weird.
Or even I think we have a lot of good guesses, but none of them very firm.
Mm-hmm. Nolan Barrett's coming in with a similar suggestion. If we want to look for something like spicules or sclerites, we can dissolve a little bit of tissue in bleach. We just use household bleach, and it will dissolve any of the living tissue and leave those skeletal elements behind, so we could maybe see. We don't have a compound scope, as far as I know, but we might be able to tell something under the dissecting scope. I usually travel with one. This is very unlike me.
I'd be very interested to see what your checked bag looks like.
As long as it's sterile, usually get away with it if it's was in a small amount of ethanol. Okay, we're going to try to move a little bit closer to see if we can reach this a bit better.
It does kind of look to me like there's a couple different layers of it, too.
For sure,
there's like
yeah.
a smoother layer on top, and then it looks to be more textured inside.
Yeah, but not like any sponge that I can think of. But yeah, really thin dermal layer.
Makes me think egg case even more, but I don't know.
Yeah, the texture of the tissue on the inside, very confusing. That'd be cool. What kind of an animal would make an egg casing like that?
I think if I ever become an eccentric billionaire, I'm just going to pick up rocks from the seafloor, do a bunch of weird stuff to them, and then drop them randomly throughout the ocean.
Oh, to confuse geologists in the future?
Yep.
This is an anthropogenic dropstone. That must happen. I was telling Jamie in the past, I haven't always had the luxury of working with a geologist, so
interesting.
It's fairly often, if we're just looking at the biology, for rocks to go back, which I always thought was a big shame, seeing as though we could always learn something from them.
Maybe it is a little more solid than we thought.
Yeah. Okay.
It's very gold.
Yeah. It's like there's a little bit of a sheen to it almost.
Okay.
Sounds good. Try to give it a little shake and see if we can get more of it. Oh,
that's a good shake. What a weird thing.
Could we drop the rest over the bio box? Is that possible? Oh, there it goes.
Perfect.
Never mind.
Great job.
Spoke too soon.
So, what are we going to log that as?
Biota, unidentified. Usually the word unidentified is a pretty common one for several of these dives. I think we've had a couple of unidentified organisms. And we can see it successfully in its new home in suction jar number 1. It'll be unidentified. And I'll make sure to log it. Let's see. 04B. That's correct.
I think my final vote is egg case, but I'm very interested to take a closer look.
Yeah, maybe we can post something about it once we get a closer look. If it was me watching back at home, I would need to know.
Yeah.
I got a couple of messages about those unidentified white globs, and I actually have not been able to take a closer look at them. But even if I could, I'm not sure there's much that I can do.
Yeah.
I'll have to let experts at the Smithsonian look at them and do some genetics.
I feel like every expedition, there's some sort of blobby thing that stumps everybody. I remember when we were off of Puerto Rico and coming down from the Azores last year, there was a blue blob that we weren't able to sample. So I think if we were able to sample it, we would have got an answer fairly quickly.
Like
but
attached to the seafloor or floating?
Attached to the seafloor. But it remained a mystery for a while.
Well, I guess it still remains a mystery if you weren't able to sample.
Potentially. I haven't checked up on it lately, so bear with me if somebody has figured it out. But there are a couple, potentially sponge, potentially tunicate, one of those type of hard to tell until you take a closer look.
Yeah, it's been suggested gastropods make some really impressive egg cases. And I've definitely seen those towers.
Like the whelk ones, too, that wash up on the beach.
Yeah, and those big towers, they're very cool. But those you can see the little individual globs. So I haven't seen something more like this. Moon snail egg cases are also really wild. So they come in a lot of different morphologies.
It'll be interesting to see if we do see any gastropods moving around on this feature.
Yeah, since that's the first one that we've seen, maybe we'll see more and could be something else associated with it. Can help inform our votes. Ooh, that's a new one.
Yeah, that was a new sound.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah, for those at home, every day on the ship they do a test of the alarms on board just to make sure everything's working in case there is an emergency. And they mixed it up on us a little bit today, and we heard a new sound.
So apparently there's a blue Cereanthus here, one of those tube-dwelling anemones I haven't seen yet.
There is. Shortly after you left for lunch, we went over one, so keeping our eye out for any more.
Okay.
And we've been told if we see one, it's a slurper.
Okay, yes. I have spent a little bit of time chasing Cereanthids, and even with the slurp, we didn't get it. We tried 2 or 3 times, and they can, I think, go pretty far down into the sediment. But if some of these are maybe more associated with the rocks, then there's a better chance.
Yeah, and this one was on a rock, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Okay, apparently this purple Cereanthus can jump and swim.
That is the last thing I would have expected.
Yeah, I've never seen a swimming anemone, so we'll love to see that. Might make it a little harder to sample.
Sure.
These small kind of trumpet-shaped glass sponges are just everywhere.
Yeah, they're almost Dr. Seussy.
Oh, very. Yeah, one of our study locations is in a place they called Spongetopia. It's like a very rich sponge garden, and we get them, they can get 2 or maybe even closer to 3 feet high.
Oh, wow.
Very Dr. Seuss. Yeah, so we were luckily able to sample one of these glass sponges on the geology sample we got earlier, which is very helpful for someone who's going to be going over this video, counting every individual. It would be really nice to have a name attached. That's one of the reasons why we take these samples, is to ground truth the observations that we make from the non-destructive or minimally destructive surveying that we're doing. So if we get one and we can be confident of that ID, then we can apply that to the sponges that we're seeing, thousands of them now. Here's a larger bamboo coral with all kinds of encrusting fauna. I'm seeing the yellow crinoid. We've had a request for a white version of these ones. It's probably a different species. I haven't seen one since we left the kind of more abyssal plain that we landed on, so hoping there's still 1 or 2 around. And definitely also some anemones in the dead parts of this coral skeleton. Is that the Cereanthed there at the base of this coral?
Oh, maybe.
Or,
no.
It's not looking very blue to me.
Yeah, the other one was like a deep purple.
Oh, okay.
A rich color.
Okay. No, I think we're okay. And the sharp eyes of our science team have also spotted some stalked crinoids around.
Is the one in the middle pink? Is that different?
The anemone?
No, the crinoid.
Like this one up here?
Yeah.
I think I'm seeing kind of orangish.
Maybe it's just the angle.
Yeah, I think so. We're seeing it from the back.
And it might just not have as dense.
It could be actually, ROV, could we get a zoom on the crinoid on the left, or so the right branch? The lower one? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, the like something that you might call a feather star. So we'll go up a little bit. Yeah. That one. And we'll see if Kelly's still on the lookout.
If it looks different, because it looks more damaged. It might just be that is making it look different to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't pick it out as a different color overall necessarily, but I don't have the same eye for crinoids, so I'd love for our science team to pipe in. There are a couple of species we think these might be Florimetra or something like those, and there are a couple different species. Some of them can be a darker orangey color.
To me, it just looks like for lack of a better term, feathers coming off are longer and thinner than the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, possibly a different species, but I'm not sure if this is the one that Kelly's looking for. I think we're doing great with the zoom here. I'm just waiting to see if this is the target, but I don't think so.
Looking at the chat, I think pinule was the word I was looking for when I said feathery things.
I think feathery things is a perfect description.
Looks like she is interested in a collection.
Okay. Yeah, so these ones, they can swim, as we found out on an earlier collection. So I think the only way that we were able to get one was a suction.
Looks like an amphipod in there as well.
Yeah, definitely a
of
few.
them, yeah.
Like, look at, there's like 4 or 5 along this branch to the right. And yeah, tons of them, different sizes. Oh, there we go. Pinule's also a term used for bird feathers, so
there we go.
Not at all wrong. So if we could maybe try to approach it with the section at the base, I think it might go in a little better. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if we go to take the coral, we'll have, they'll fly off.
Which that would make for interesting video, but not such a great sample collection.
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised. They're a lot faster than they look.
Oh, just without knowing, I would never think that these swim. And I would never think that they swim the way that they do.
Yeah. It's fantastic to watch them swim.
I love it.
Yeah. I think we're seeing the larger pinules near the center have gametes. Very cool. So reproductive cells. Oh, down there, that almost looks like one of those white crinoids. So if you tune into stream number 3, you should have access to a couple of different angles of this collection. So we attempt to get one of these crinoids.
Oh.
There we go. Thanks. ROV, this is Watch Lead. Just wondering if we could pan up. There was another object of interest the team wanted to zoom on. So kind of there's this stick-like bamboo coral in the center, and then to the left there's a stalked organism with a bit of branches at the end, kind of in between the two bamboo corals in behind. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Yeah, this one definitely looks like a giant grenadier. Albatrossia pectoralis, I think. Oh, possibly a cuskeel. Have to take a look.
Nice look at the slope on the side of this volcanic little cone. Maybe even make out flows that are running down the slope in the distance there.
Okay, so I think this is another one of those umbellapathes black corals. It's kind of a whiter, lighter colored variant. Smaller, I think, than the ones that we were looking at before. That's great. Just a quick zoom of this one. I think we can continue. Wanted to confirm that it wasn't a stalked crinoid. Thank you. Yeah, that's perfect. I think we got what we need. Okay, with that, I think we're good to continue up this slope. I think we are seeing some of those yellow hyocrinoids, the stalked crinoids. Kind of have a similar morphology to the umbellapathes.
A really nice looking flow top there on the left half of the picture. It's really easy to imagine that as molten lava spilling down the side of this down slope. You even kind of see it even as a kind of a sheet flow, you can even see kind of individual lobes, pillows, if you will. These look a little flattened. They're kind of more wider than they are tall, but definitely have kind of a separate lobe and lobate appearance to them. Yeah, it is. Is that just because it's appearing in the light, or is that something we kicked up?
Ooh, some very big corals coming up into view. A couple of them look to be like large individuals of the possible umbellapathes. This one, straight ahead, a bit different. I'd say another black coral, but maybe bathypathes. So instead of having them all concentrated, you know, right up at the top, at one point on the top, like a umbrella, it's kind of these two long rows of pinnules coming off the main stem. So this, that's what tells me that this is likely bathypathes. And that's a good enough view. We can kind of keep on moving up.
Sponge forest.
You said it. There's, you know, thousands of these, probably Atlanticella glass sponges. Looks sort of like mini versions of that giant Coneylasma we saw yesterday. But those ones I know to be very hard, brittle, kind of like, you know, more like the shell of an egg. And these ones seem a lot softer and squishier. You know, and the one that we collected had a lot more movement, so different, and they don't seem to get as big. Oh, interesting. Huh. Wow, what is that?
A jelly on a something?
Jelly on a stick? Or
jelly on a stick.
Is it growing that way? Is it just snagged on there? I would guess so. Tunicate of some kind. Huh. Wow. So we have a vote from the science chat for tunicate. I'd love to hear more about what you think is going on here. I haven't seen anything quite like this with the stalk. Of course, lots of associated animals around it and in it. I think I'm seeing some kind of little worm at the base there. I don't know, it looks almost more like a little leech or something.
White worm is a leech is one vote.
Okay.
And Kelly sees a shrimp further down. Is that?
Oh,
there he is.
There, yep.
There he is.
With something on its back, on the back of the carapace, maybe a parasite of some kind. Ooh, there's a lot going on in this little stick. Okay, there's a stalked tunicate culeolus that looks a bit like this. Very cool. And maybe a little something at the bottom there as well. Wow, very cool. Hey, that's great. I think we've got lots of good imagery. No, I think we're good. Very cool. So I don't know of any stalked tunicates that I've ever seen before. This is a new one for me. You can see it's almost creating like a barrel shape that's allowing, looks like it's allowing water through the two openings. Okay, is this the little, wonder if this...
Is it a worm?
Wow, all kinds of different stuff here in this depth band. Okay, thanks for that. You know, we can collect a lot of data on IDs and abundances of the larger fauna that we see, but every time you zoom in, there's always a whole other level of complexity. And nice anemone down to the left. We'll kind of keep on working our way up this feature. And again, I really like the view from Sirius. I have to remember to look up every now and then. You can see D2 surrounded by a field of these small glass sponges just everywhere. Actually, I might pause for a Niskin here. Have we sampled we just did the one at the beginning.
Just the one.
ROV watch lead. Could we set up for a Niskin sample here? Hughes, of course, reminded me, representing the in-fauna, that we're not even seeing the majority of what's living here. The majority are tiny organisms living in the sediment. We were just talking about
Depth,
myofauna the other day.
3,230 meters. Niskin Bottle 2, sample ID EX2306-D07-06W.
Wow, a really long, kind of whip-like bamboo coral, unbranched. Again, I used to call all of these unbranched bamboo corals lepidisis, but we know now that it's a bit more complex than that. That would be too easy. You can see the slowly falling marine snow. Looks like there's not a lot of current here, but definitely enough of whatever the sponge needs to thrive. It's just a beautiful zoom on this bamboo coral. You can see all of the individual polyps open, suspended in the water column. Every now and then you'll see a tentacle, one of the 8 little feeding tentacles at the end of these polyps kind of reach back towards the mouth if it caught something. You can see the little, also called pinnules, little lateral projections sticking out from each tentacle to help it grab little bits of marine snow from the water column to feed.
And what is that red thing swinging from the bottom of it?
It's a little shrimp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I can see a little worm.
Worm
up at the
hanging.
top.
Okay.
Yeah. Oops.
But yeah, how long is this? It looks meters long.
Yeah, I didn't see
2 at least.
it. You think 2 meters?
I think maybe so.
Very cool. Yeah, I didn't get a good sense of the scale when we were coming up to it. Oh yeah, you can see little individual sclerites. There's kind of flecks of a lighter color at the base of the tentacles on each of these polyps. You can see those are little hard calcareous skeletal elements that give a little bit of extra structure.
So he just goes and goes.
Wow. A mysid shrimp. Thanks for that, Hugh. A little bit hesitant to guess. So I always appreciate it. You think you know your crustaceans until you get out here. See if we had those. Can maybe get the lasers close to it when we pan out. This is just stunning. You can get an idea. So yeah, some bamboo corals will be really bushy and have lots of branches, and then there's a couple of genera that seem to prefer to just keep on growing one long stalk. And you can imagine the current must be fairly stable in this area. I can picture if it ever picked up to any degree that this would get whipped around and possibly broken. You can see it's missing quite a bit of tissue at the base. So there could have been some kind of coral-eating animal that made its way up from the base of this coral. Definitely suffered some damage below. This end that we've been looking at is full of really healthy looking polyps, so it seems pretty happy overall.
We can get a sense of how long it is next to D2 on the Sirius view. He's just passing off to our right.
Oh, yeah.
He's at least as long as Sirius. I mean, as long as D2.
Wild, yeah. Over a meter for sure then. You're right closer to 2. That's got to be some kind of record. It'd be a very specific record, but a record nonetheless. So we're seeing more of these parantipathes, corals with the 4 sets of pinnules coming out. Kind of give it like a bushy, almost like a bottle brush appearance.
Request for a zoom?
Maybe on the black coral we just passed, but I'll keep an eye out for another one. We've seen them on and off throughout this dive. ROV watch lead. I've had a request for a zoom below that big anemone and to the left. So the big rock to the left of the anemone, down at the base of it, there's a coral that somebody in our science chat is interested in. Take a look, and I think maybe a small bathypathes. I'm just seeing the 2 rows of pinnules coming off of the stalk, so I think maybe a smaller individual of the bathypathes that we saw earlier. Oh, and a little jelly maybe. I think that could be a little kind of jelly stuck or yeah, attached to the branch there. Very cool. Thanks for that. I think that's great for us. Thank you. Apparently there are some jellies that just live on corals. That's very cool. Yeah, this will have the dark black skeleton like the rest of the black corals, but can't always see it behind the tissue. And those skeletons are covered in very small little spines, so it can make it a little unpleasant to handle. Oh, nice big anemone. It's kind of a different pattern on this rock here. So those little bubbles.
I'm thinking that's maybe the inside of a pillow. You see, it has a different, maybe a chilled margin that doesn't take on that weathering look when it fractures open. You see it under a couple of these. This one on the left kind of has that same sense too, where the top is smooth and what's inside of it is all rumply. That's I guess a weathering phenomenon, or we see that in different places. That kind of botryoidal look. I don't know how else to describe it. I've been told botryoidal is grape-looking or grape-like. So I've rarely applied it, if ever, to igneous rocks before, but it's the best I can come up with.
I was thinking botryoidal, but I didn't say it out loud. It's a new word for me. Botryoidal and Lebensburen. Seeing a few more crinoids coming up, like 3 of those yellowish ones. We were able to get a sample earlier, so that will help us a lot. And yeah, really quick transition from that sedimented area to this really clear rock, and kind of dotting all the rock all over the place are these Atlanticella glass sponges. Few different species of black coral. That almost looks like a Brisingid, the thicker arms. Kind of thought it was a crinoid from far away. Well, now I'm not so sure. Actually, RV, could I get a zoom? Could I get a zoom on that thing to the right, big, long-armed? Thought it was a crinoid at first, but it might be a Brisingid, one of the big sea stars. Ooh, wow. Whatever it is, this looks very different. Hoping there's someone left in the science chat that can help me out. It is giving me more of a crinoid look, but definitely a different morphology from what we were seeing before. But I am seeing the kind of the hold fast underneath. Really thick arms, which is kind of why I wasn't sure if it was a Brisingid or not. And these really interesting white white balls at the base of the pinnules, also called pinnules. Gravid, there we go. So those are likely reproductive structures. We have a collection request. How are we doing? Is it...
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay. Yeah, could we collect this one? Thank you. It's pretty big, but I think it can move like the other crinoids. Yeah, maybe a suction, and then if it doesn't slurp, then we could put it into the bio box, perhaps. Oh. Yeah, to the left.
Is that another one of the same, just a little bit, or maybe two of them up and to the right, a little more distant?
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. Yeah, kind of just passed them by, thinking they were similar to the crinoids we've been seeing, but this larger individual definitely looks different. And I think the fact that this one only has 6 arms or rays makes it also of interest. Shoop.
He thought about getting away.
Yeah, it looked like they were just curling the arms, about to take off in the jar. Beautiful collection. Thanks for that, everyone. That's fantastic. You can see it swimming around in there.
Oh, nice. ID EX2306-D07-07B in canister 3.
Check. There we go. Yeah. Excellent. Some very excited echinoderm biologists in the chat room. Thanks for that collection and the imagery, everybody. I think we're seeing another one of those stocked tunicates as we climb over this feature.
A little bit of a resistant knob or protrusion.
This up here?
Yeah, a little pile of pillows.
Oh, and then a soft sediment area to our left. Interesting. Little plateau of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a spot where a feeder had reached the surface and we were getting a fair amount of magma issuing right there. Made a little lump on the side of the larger feature, or maybe as part of the way this whole thing is being built up.
So does that mean that, like, while the larger volcano that made Welker Seamount was erupting, you had this smaller one going, or kind of oozing out at the same time? Or I guess it's hard to know.
That's the thing we don't know at all, is what is the relative age of this thing. Welker is at about 15 million years old. But as far as I'm concerned, these smaller features, such as the one we're diving on, and it's one of dozens that litter the Gulf of Alaska in chain-like arrangements. Some of them as long as 500 kilometers long. I was looking, but they average anywhere from 50 to a couple hundred kilometers away from each other. But we really have no way to guess how old they may be. They don't seem to have the same orientation as the hotspot volcanoes, so they're maybe not related to that. They may have random ages and come up, as they have a whole different genesis, perhaps. They look a little bit the same age to me, just judging by the amount that they're buried. Although they're probably not, if these are old at all, are not getting very sedimented, perhaps because they stand up and the currents increase as they go by and prevent deposition of this fine sediment that's otherwise settling down on the abyssal plains.
Right, so if we get samples and a bit more data on this one, we can kind of make a bit more of an estimate on some of the other ones surrounding the other seamounts.
It'll be super interesting, but I don't think we'll know a lot until some more are sampled. I would be surprised if any of these have ever been sampled. Until the most recent new seafloor maps came out, I doubt any of the existing seafloor maps had the resolution to even show these. They're typically 5 to 10 kilometers across, but they only stand up 150 or 200 meters in some cases. This one looks like it's about 300 meters high, and that would be hard to spot. You'd not really know what you were looking at on the older bathymetry maps. If these were ever sampled, it was probably by accident, somebody that was just trying to get a piece of the bottom.
Guess you wouldn't get too far here with the core. Maybe just over there, but not here.
Right. Yeah, you'd say, the technicians would not be happy with you if the piston core hit this stuff and the barrel came up bent. They'd look at you funny.
ROVs is watch lead. I think you've seen this little rock pen down at the bottom. I'd love a quick zoom. Yeah. So we've had a couple of rock pen sightings on other seamounts, but this would be one of the deeper observations. And I'd say the morphology looks a little bit different as well, so extra valuable to have this zoom to kind of capture any differences we might see. Ooh. More almost egg-like looking structures at the base of some of these polyps. Where they meet, you can see it's practically transparent, definitely. You can see the long thin axis. That's the only hard part of this otherwise very squishy sea pen. Maybe if you can pan down to the base when you're ready, you can get a view of that attachment point. And so yeah, like the other rock pens, the peduncle, that's right. It has this modified base called the peduncle. Usually it's used to anchor the sea pen in soft sediment, but this one is modified to have kind of a suction cup-like base, and it gives it a way of attaching to these rocks. So that's likely at least related to Anthoptilum lithophyllum, the rock-loving sea pen. Thanks for that zoom, that's perfect. And I've had a request on another coral I thought I saw. Not seeing it now, though. And lots more of these really, these 6-armed crinoids we've been seeing. Very happy to get a sample. I think we'll get a zoom on this purple anemone. Wow. Oh, is this possibly the one that they were interested in sampling earlier? I didn't see it. So we'll just get some really nice imagery. And please chime in the science chat if this is the one that you were looking for. Oh, it is the one. We have a collection request. Do you think we could set up to collect this anemone? The rock's a little big, unfortunately. We've had a request for a suction, I think. It might be able to swim in some way.
Where'd it go? Oh.
Well, I guess I should have expected it, but there's lots of very interesting biology here today. Guess I wasn't really sure what to expect, so that's probably when you know.
Well, I was only half expecting to see igneous rocks, basalts in particular. I thought there was a fair chance these might be little mud volcano features.
Right, yeah.
Which would be mostly sediment.
Mostly sediment and like fairly disturbed often, like with more mud kind of flowing out, or do they seem pretty stable farther down?
I'm sorry, what?
Like I'm imagining, the creatures that would live on top of and kind of in the mud, would they be constantly dealing with more new mud sort of flowing down, or does it calm down after a while?
Well, often the mud volcanoes are associated with methane seeps, and so you get those chemosynthetic communities associated with that, and you can get the carbonate crusts, the authogenic carbonate crusts that cap these. And actually, in some cases, it looked like as these carbonate crusts, as the eruption, if you will, of these things continues, I think the crusts tend to get kind of fractured. As I've seen ones where they have are surrounded by piles of just small pebbles composed of carbonate. There's one the Nautilus dove on a couple years ago in Cascadia that was like that, and it had a very kind of a similar morphology to this little dome we're on, and that it had kind of a flat top and steep sides. And the steep sides were simply at angle of repose of this pile, it appeared, of carbonate pebbles.
Oh, kind of in a ring almost around it?
Yeah, so it looked like it was it was about 100 meters high and maybe a kilometer across. It had a very flat top but steep sides, steep
muddy sides
slopes
with a ring of carbonate around it. Very cool. And I'm holding my breath to see if this anemone jumps, which apparently it can do. Hopefully we get the suction on it before it can react. Huh. Okay. Okay, maybe not as mobile as we thought. This actually seems like it's pretty firmly attached. Oh, okay, that's okay. Yeah. Sorry? So we have some... Oh, okay, yeah. So we have just some smaller bits maybe that the main body's still there. Yeah, it looks like it's way down in one of those crevices.
He's got his foot wedged in there.
Okay.
Well, we kind of...
No, I don't think so. Okay, we've got a little bit of material. But yeah, I don't think we'll get that. Yeah, if we could give that a little shake to make sure that that tentacle goes in. Okay. No, that'll work. If we see another one that looks like it might be a bit easier to pluck, but yeah, I don't think we'll get the rest of that.
That was canister 4.
Yes. Thanks. So if we can't get any information on the morphology, if we're missing the mouth, then we could potentially do genetics, which is also very valuable for research. So thanks for that collection. Oops. Oh, 8B.
Canister 4.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Hugh points us to a fairly recent article on Lebenspuren.
Some of the, yeah, this one that's in a spider shape. I haven't had time to skim the article. I wonder if they figured out what they are. Oh, ROV, this is watch lead. Could I get a zoom on that just above where the lasers would be in the center? It's a different kind of really small bushy coral. Where are the lasers? There, yes, just above them now. We get a bonus observation of some of the texture, very different textures from the two rocks that I'm seeing. Again, maybe the like eroded tops and the eroded sides.
Yeah, you can see it all over the place here. There is sort of a, I think that's the chilled margin of the flow, or some of these you could even describe as pillows, and then for whatever reason the inner parts of it have that more of a lumpy weathering appearance.
Okay, this looks again like one of those, like a chrysogorgid. Really delicate coral, very small polyps, really thin branches. This is excellent. And maybe just because we can't see the attachment point, maybe zoom around and follow some of these polyps so you can get a sense of the branching pattern. Beautiful. Thanks for that. Wow. So we have a possible Ramulogorgia militaris. I've never heard of that genus before. Love it. Okay, excellent zoom. Thanks so much. Oh, maybe that is kind of seeing. Thought I did see maybe one of the spidery Lebensspuren that, I don't know if that's what that was, but now I'm keeping an eye out. So in case people are just tuning in and haven't heard the whole story, Lebensspuren, signs of life. So all the little traces, especially in the soft sediment, that we can see that give us a clue as to who might be living there. And it's my favorite new word, so I'm going to use it a lot.
It's a lot better than the term I learned, which was trace fossils, for little footprints or trails that you could find preserved in ancient rocks.
Oh, okay, so if it's in fossil form, it's a trace fossil. If it's potentially alive, then it's Lebensspuren.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And a nice big stalked crinoid, a hyocrinoid, just passing on our right. Lots more anemones. Different, these like stalked anemones, very cool. Seeing a couple maybe dead or dying bamboo coral skeletons and lots of glass sponge. These little kind of cone-shaped Atlanticella glass sponges and a few probably umbellapathes, black corals in the background.
Yes, Hugh points out there's a ichthyofossil as another term for fossilized tracks and traces, as well as ichnospecies for critters we don't know what looked like or what they were, but we do know the tracks.
Oh. An ichnospecies.
Apparently distinctive tracks.
Okay.
Without an animal to go with them.
I could see that if they're a soft-bodied animal that leaves a big mark. You know, when you move over some nice sediment that is in the right conditions to get fossilized. Yeah, maybe you can find it on a rock. It seems like it, is a different species to what we thought. Looks like a stick or something down there. There?
Mm-hmm.
ROV watch lead. Could we zoom in on that stick? Just to the bottom? Always worth a look when I see something that looks a bit out of place. Okay, not seeing a whole lot of identifying features. Maybe just a stick.
Maybe a bone?
Ooh, I like that. Maybe if you can kind of zoom in on one of the ends. Ah. Oh, or the base of something that looks like it's encrusting on that. I guess it could be like a glass sponge skeleton from a bit of a different angle. Oh, I see a little sea piglet to the right, I think. That's what we've been calling those little tiny holothurians. And if we could, that's a great view of this object, still a little unidentified. If we could zoom back, there's a coral that I've had a request for a zoom on. Oh, and I'm seeing some Faria sponge skeleton there also to the right. Let me pan up a bit. I kind of forget where. Oh yeah, right in front, just to the right of that rock with the sponge on it. I know that's not super helpful. Pretty much center and just up a bit, thanks. This looks... There's a couple of these corals I think we were calling parantipathes, but now that I look at them, they look a little more... Well, I don't know. Let's take a closer look. This is a tough angle to view. Yeah, as close as we can. Oh, maybe something a little bit different. This could be a heteropathes. I think I'm seeing a smaller size range of pinnules coming out from the middle. So more than just these two planes of branches coming off. Hard to tell. So what I'm looking for is kind of in along the spine, but in the middle, the darker. Yeah. Is this? Is there any room left on the zoom? This is a weird angle. Maybe. Yeah. Oh no. There they are. Yeah. Second set of pinnules or polyps coming out of the middle. I thought I saw pinnules, but maybe, Anyway, this is an excellent zoom. Hopefully our shore-based scientists have got what they needed from this one. And maybe just down to the attachment point if we can. Oh, not quite. Well, we can see the progression of that kind of inner line of pinnules stopping at the base, so that's perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to go with something maybe more like heteropathes, not a group that I have studied yet, but it's been on my radar for a little while. Oh, good. We've had a second vote for heteropathes. And I think maybe a couple different species of, well, there's umbellipathes, and I'm not sure about this other one. Maybe another bathypathes. Lots of diversity in the black corals in this area. There we go. I think this might be the first sea spider we've seen. So it's a pycnogonid and a nice big one. Oh. Is that one real?
Colossum dice.
Just a drill? Okay. Okay. Just a fire drill. Good to know. Okay. Whew. We have a couple of... Also, Hughes noted a couple of amphipod hitchhikers, so 2 really big amphipods grabbed onto the legs and appendages of this sea spider and are along for the ride. I think that these are wild. For the longest time, I couldn't figure out which is the front, which is the back. It's helpful to see it
Who's
walking.
calling the shots?
Yeah, like where is what, but you can see, some feeding appendages. I'd love to hear from Hugh what that larger kind of appendage up to the front is. Does it have a proboscis? This I don't know. I pass any pycnogonids I see off to people that know more about them than I do.
Chris Ma votes for proboscis.
A proboscis of some kind. All right. Makes sense if it's up near the...
It uses it to feed on anemones.
Anemones? Really? Wow. Very cool. Yep. Yeah. When people find out about that sea spiders are a thing, some folks are really unhappy about it.
Regular spiders are bad enough.
Yeah. They're definitely hitching a ride. It does look like they're maybe weighing it down a bit. It looks like they're more taking advantage of the extra height to steal food, maybe even. Not sure that I'm seeing any damage caused by them. Interesting, the amphipods, maybe the males are supposed to have eggs on those smaller legs that these are on. Interesting. Okay, I've just been forwarded a video of some of them feeding on sea anemones. I'll definitely bookmark that for later. Oh, just a photo. Very cool. Pycnogonid males carry eggs on their legs. Very interesting. So I guess if there were eggs there, that could be something those crustaceans are after, but they could also be just hitching a ride. Amazing. Thanks for following that one along. I think that's the first pycnogonid that I've, kind of confirmed from this survey. Always love to see them. There's a couple of species that really love hydrothermal vents. There were a couple of vent locations I went to earlier this year that were covered in like a carpet of smaller versions of those.
Oh, no kidding.
Maybe
wow.
Maybe 2 or 3 centimeters.
Okay.
But just everywhere. You'd zoom in and think it was some kind of a crust or a layer of I don't know, bacteria maybe or something, and then you zoom in and it moves.
Creepy.
Yeah, not everyone's favorite. So a suggestion from Hugh, they could be epimeridae amphipods. Possibility. Oh, there's one of those cusk eels, I believe, a different fish from the grenadiers that we've been seeing. And I think we're seeing a different kind of glass sponge, different from the Anticella we've been seeing. A few more crinoids able to sample earlier. Excellent. Very glad we stopped for that one. They're kind of abundant in some areas. I think we'll settled here, enjoying the view for a moment as we switch over. And I'm seeing, I think that it looks almost like a flytrap anemone up ahead, just because of their resemblance to the Venus flytrap, I think.
Is that kind of upper middle? Or?
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Some encrusting sponges on these rocks. And 1, 2, if not 3 different species of black coral just in this view.
Do you want to snap zoom on that?
No, I think we'll keep on going. There's maybe like a subtle shift. I was looking to see if there were different kinds of glass sponges coming up. Heteropathes black coral that we're seeing is possibly Heteropathes pacifica. Thanks for that ID. ROV watch lead. Do we have the lasers on? I can't tell. Oh, there we go. Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Sure, sounds good. Every now and then I see a little squat lobster, I think, kind of on or in between some of these rocks. Maybe a different kind of glass sponge up ahead, but lots and lots, thousands for sure at this point of these Atlanticella glass sponges. Hyocrinoid, the yellow stalked crinoid, and our new very interesting six-armed crinoid. Probably a couple of at least stalked anemones, maybe the flytrap anemone or similar. And I think we have our first boot sponge of the dive. Possibly Starocalyptus. These are a group of sponges in the family Rosselidae.
Which one is that? The one kind of upper?
Yeah, the one that's making like more of an urn shape.
Yeah.
Just above the lasers now. I think we'll keep moving.
There's another stick in the foreground, lower.
Oh, yeah.
Best we
Maybe
could do
just
before.
a quick snap zoom just to look. Yeah. Actually, can you pan to the left? I thought I saw a bit of, I don't know, something. Ah, hollow. Maybe it looks like a... Right? It could be a hollow pipe or something almost. Huh. Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard to say, but it's great to document. Thanks for that. I think we'll keep on moving up. ROV, this is watch lead. ROV, I was wondering if we could take a zoom of one of these corals. So to the left of the lasers, that one there, this is maybe a better angle. And what I'm looking for is kind of along the main stem of the coral in the middle. Not sure if this is the one we were looking for, but let's get a zoom and I can confirm. Okay, not the exact one I was looking for, I don't think so. Just a quick look and we can continue. Thanks. So I've had a request to take a look for the heteropathies, and I think this one is the bathypathies again. Although from the sounds of it, it might be moved into a different genus. should make my life a lot harder, but that's how it is. Yeah, I would say definitely a lot more crinoid diversity on this dive and black coral diversity. I've seen lots of different genera for sure.
In a relatively low density sponge neighborhood right here.
Yeah, especially compared to before. We're getting up to this, yeah, maybe like a little plateau. Definitely a lot more sediment in the background. Oh, sorry about that, Chris. I missed the hyocrinoid, but we've been seeing quite a few of them, so hopefully we'll get another. Actually, ROV, I think this might be the coral we were looking for. That's it. Oh, it's hard to tell from this angle. Maybe not. Yeah, no, actually we're good. Yeah, that's the one that we just looked at. Thank you. I think we have a grenadier coming our way. Maybe another one of the giant grenadiers. Definitely has a bit of a different shape to it from some of the other species we've been seeing. And a little bit of a paler color too. It's hard to tell. Maybe some of my the fish biologists that we have on shore can pipe in. Oh, there's another one of those urchins in the background though. Wow, we can see some amazing detail. You know, you could almost count every individual scale. We can see that lateral line really clearly. And we could do some kind of measurements to figure out a ratio of, you know, the head size to the length and to the tail. That can, all of that info can help us identify which fish species this is. You can see some really long attachments on the pectoral fins, I think. And I can just feel the invertebrate biologists in the room looking, having their attention drawn to that urchin to the left.
Well, fish looks interested too.
Maybe that's why this urchin is so keen to have a bit of a disguise.
It's not that he's a hoarder.
Yeah, well, it could be a little of both. This urchin definitely seems to like to collect all different kinds of debris. Oh, and there is a xenophyophore right beside it. I think in the beginning, this clump here, we were kind of maybe confusing the urchins for one of those. But yeah, this urchin is, I don't know if it's been damaged a little bit or if it's just missing its little debris coating.
Carapace fell off. His carapace of debris.
Yeah. It's another word, agglutinated, which I think is a word that kind of means this, covered in debris. These little bits of tubes. We had a suggestion of amphipod tubes earlier. There's a little scale worm on there and something else. I don't know what the dark red is. Yeah, second couple of votes for the fact that that urchin doesn't look well and is maybe missing a little bit. We got Cystochinus as a potential ID.
So now for the first time, pretty highly sedimented bottom. We haven't seen since the base of this slope. I think we're maybe tucked into a little spot to the extent that the slopes we were seeing, the bouldery slopes we were seeing before, were being swept clean of sediment by the currents. This might be a little protected spot just behind the main summit of this volcano peak that's that the sediment will settle into.
That looked like a little carnivorous sponge, I think, on the end of a stalk, that little ball shape. All right, we're missing out on a couple of drills up there.
I hate to miss that.
Wow, that changed just in the, less than a minute. We're out of the rocky outcrop, back to this sedimented zone. I'm seeing a couple of those xenophyophores.
No, we're going to get back to some good stuff. Don't worry, you guys. A muddy volcano top. At least I hope we get back into some bedrock. I do want to get another piece of this stuff.
There's still quite a few rocks around, but not like what we were seeing. ROV, this is watch lead. Could I get those lasers on? Thank you. It's the annotator in me looking for a scale at all times. I see another kind of dead-looking urchin. At least with the, way less happy of a debris cloak. Maybe another sponge coming up. Maybe it could be a sponge attached to a rock, kind of toppled over. Or just growing along the side. Oh, there's a couple of rings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Some very interesting ring structures. Would love to know who made those. Yeah.
That
Sure.
stock, yeah.
Oh, yeah, a stalk or a tube coming out of the center.
Tells you that.
Yeah.
And tells you that the current can come from a couple different directions, I guess.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Enough to sweep it around in complete circles at times.
Mm-hmm. So it's not a sandworm. Phew. And I think we saw one of those fancy little urchins to the right with its debris outfit on.
Chris is wondering if that's a dead Antipatharian?
Oh, like a black coral skeleton. I guess we're going to see a little bit more up here. Could be. Definitely like a long stalk with branches or pinnules coming out of the side. It's hard to tell. I would expect black coral skeleton to be completely black, and this one is a little bit different. Yeah, if we could pan over just to get a quick snap of that urchin, I think we're good with this area. There they are.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a Cystocynus leveni, or leveni. Beautiful. So we were able to sample one of these the other day, but these are very unique little urchins in that they seem to gather all kinds of debris to wear as a little bit of camouflage, perhaps, or I read somewhere that it might help make the urchin a tiny bit more, have a slight change in buoyancy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. But either way, it's a very unique observation. It's only been recorded a handful of times, maybe one of the very few observations, and of course this is quite a depth. We're at 3,187 meters. It's not the coral I'm looking for. That one I think we've seen also. Parantipathes. Thanks for the snap zoom. Okay, looks like we might be getting back into some rocks up ahead. Oh, what is... Ooh, hold on. What is this? I would love for any thoughts from the science chat. Yeah, can we get the lasers on that? I'm wondering how big is this? No guesses.
Maybe 4 centimeters.
Okay. Maybe, yeah, as close as we can get. You know, because it's not sedimented, I would say that it could be alive. It could be, I guess there are certain kinds of cup corals that get this morphology, but I'm not seeing what I would expect to see for that. So I think we have a vote for collection just because it's so different and weird. If we could stop and position for that, that'd be great. Okay, very, very delicate, the lowest section we can get. I don't think it'll try to run away on us. Thank you. Okay, Chris Ma tuned in with a link to a really helpful, definitely looks a lot like what we're seeing is a Fungia cyathus. So, I think a couple of those are coming in now. Let's see. So if it is that, then we are looking at a kind of a modified scleractinian. Ooh, yes. Beautiful, thank you. All in one piece, landed safely in suction sample jar number 5.
So that's sample ID EX2306-D07-09B.
Beautiful.
Canister 5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a Fungia cyathus.
Okay, if that's what it is, that's a new one for me. Yeah, I would expect to see some tentacles sticking out, so possibly the dead skeleton of one, but a very interesting collection and observation. There's a this Maranzelleri in the collections at the Smithsonian from 4,700 meters in this area. So there we go. I understand. Thank you. We've had a busy dive. A couple more of those circular shapes in the sediment that we now know are created by a stem kind of whipping around. I think we got a good look at the last one. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, that's great. There's like 3 or 4 of them.
There's some good ones. So it's to the extent that these cobbles are lying on top of the sediment here has always puzzled me. It's hard to see how they get here on their own. If this is a pile of sediment, I don't really know what moves them here. It doesn't look like they're poking through so much as sitting on top, although that might be an illusion, or it might be caused by the way the currents are winnowing the sediment around these things. But
and up here we have a crinoid on a crinoid. There's a stalked crinoid with like at least 2 on the stalk. Excellent. And the one that's hitching a ride looks like it's much bigger than the crinoid that has the stalk. So, and some maybe more of these amphipods that we've been seeing associated with a few of the echinoderms so far. I love that when the echinoderm experts think it's weird. I think it's weird, but I don't look at a lot of these. That's excellent. Thanks for that. Yeah, like how did that big boulder get there? ROV watch lead. Could I get those lasers on? Thank you.
yeah, when we see big boulders like that on, say, beach platforms or reef platforms that are exposed, or we think maybe drop stones, or we think on land we think, tsunamis, a tsunami wave threw those big boulders up on that platform. But I feel like that's not something that happens down here, but I don't know for sure.
Then I guess you'd expect them to eventually kind of sink into the mud, so maybe, if it was like a really thick layer, the rock wouldn't stay there, but maybe...
Sure, or if we are in a place where we're accumulating sediment, they would be getting progressively buried.
Yeah.
And that would be fine. And maybe that's what's happened. We tend to see ones that could be the sediment cover kind of varies. It accumulates at times and perhaps erodes at times. Still, the boulders have to get out here somehow.
We have another black coral here. I think this is the Umbellapathes or similar that we've seen earlier, but you can see the dark black skeleton underneath the orangish light colored tissue. And each of those little squishy things coming out in pairs, those are the tentacles, a very different morphology for black corals than some of the octocorals that we've been seeing so far. A couple more ophiuroids. We haven't seen quite as many of those as we have on earlier dives. So the crinoids have taken over. The ophiuroids have taken a bit of a backseat on this one. Oh, another one of those stalked tunicates. So like we saw earlier, you can see the two openings at the kind of the head, and then this long, thin stalk looks like it's been colonized by hydroids, other little crustaceans in and around, and a brittle star. Very cool. They're really hard to see. That's great. Oh, we've had a request for a zoom on this yellow crinoid. Thank you.
Nice color on this one.
Yeah, they're really beautiful. So I'm not sure which features are the most of interest. I assume, you know, kind of the central part and these pinnules off to the side. I think we had a tentative ID, some kind of hyocrinoid. Possibly Hyocrinus. There's another one, the genus is escaping me, that we find a bit further south. Possibly Parahyocrinus. We have a Parahyocrinus clagui. This might be a bit of a depth record if this information that I was just given is an indication we're deeper than the range that's been suggested. We have at least 2,100 meters, and right now we're at 3,180, so that would be possibly a depth record. Very cool. You might know this person. Do you know Parahyocrinus clagui, named for geologist David Clegg or Claggy?
David Clegg, sure.
Yeah?
Sure. I know
Okay.
Dave. Oh,
well, there
yes.
you go. That crinoid was named after him. Oh, we'll definitely want to zoom at this sea star if we can. I think one of the hymenasters, the slime stars from the look of it back here. Oh, very cool. Only just described in 2017, that crinoid we just saw. It's fairly new. Ooh, definitely. Wow, this one looks pretty different actually now that we're close up. Had that nice like lavender color. Love it. And maybe if our echinoderm experts can tune in on a possible ID. Now that we're close, it's way spikier than I thought it would be. Okay, definitely a hymenaster of some kind. Good, not that far off. But yeah, it looks very different. Okay, I think that's great for our zoom. And you can see it's just about 10 centimeters, judging by our laser dots. Ooh, and a really beautiful view just of the expanse of this sediment field. Ha. Seeing a few more rocks up ahead. Hey?
Right. You can see the rocks looking for outcrop.
Okay.
I'm looking on the pilot sonar. I don't know if that's on any of the streams online right now, but
Not that I can see. That's very cool for, yeah, hunting for rocks. We're just taking a sneak peek at the sonar and we can see a few coming up on the left. Ooh, right ahead. I think we have an octopus. All right. Yeah, we haven't seen this one yet. I'm pretty sure we're looking at the... Let's see. So I think we're looking at the deep sea octopus, but let's get a closer look. Maybe not. Wow. Beautiful, very still. Ah, okay, maybe more of a muse octopus. Okay.
that is the muse octopus of the octopus's garden variety.
I think it's safe to say. Okay, we're seeing 2 rows of suckers. And yeah, definitely a little bit different morphology from the one I was expecting when we approached it, a muse octopus of some kind, according to our science chat. I think there are several different species that can be really hard to identify from imagery. This one is beautiful. Look at the texture on the mantle. You can see its siphon sticking out below the eyes. There we go, a little bit more movement. Wow. Body shape is possibly something like robustus. A muse octopus robustus, very cool. So yeah, we'll look at the rows of the suckers, the overall body shape, kind of the ratio of the size of the head to the rest of the octopus, and those things can help our experts figure out what they are. Of course, things like color and skin texture are very difficult to go by. Octopus are amazing camouflage artists. They can really often change the structure and the color of their skin. Wow. Very still. Yeah, not moving too much. Maybe just resting and keeping a wary eye on us.
Maybe folding up his siphuncle, or nope, he's getting ready to maybe make a move.
Maybe. Wow. Oh, these are fantastic. I welcome any news octopus facts from our science team. This isn't one that I've never seen this one before. Yeah, the texture on the skin is beautiful. Wow. Yeah, almost like a spider web pattern. All these wrinkles in the skin. And look at the suckers. Huh? Yeah, just kind of settled in and maybe resting or guarding something, but definitely not inclined to be on the move. So we'll try to give this one a wide berth as we continue our way up along this feature. It's beautiful, excellent imagery. Where did all those rocks go that were lighting up our sonar?
Well,
Okay.
there are a few around. Looks like we won't get to an outcrop, but we'll look for a good-sized blocky boulder to take home.
Another black coral on that rock. Probably parent pathies. Well, oh no, I'm not sure. No. Maybe a really small bathypathes with just the two. Yeah. Just pinnules coming off in two planes. Okay, we've had a request for another zoom on the grenadier if we see one. There's some interesting features on the ones that we've seen earlier. No, not yet, but definitely something to keep an eye out for. Yeah. So a tiny one of those Atlanticella sponges, I think, on the side of that rock. We saw them absolutely everywhere when we were in the rockier outcrop area. Now, of course, way more sparse considering there are way fewer rocks. But every now and then I am seeing a small one. A quick zoom of this bathypathes, the coral right there would be appreciated. I know. Oh, this one? Oh, okay. Nope, that's okay. Sorry, I missed that. Oh, okay. They're all blending in now. Uh-oh. An urchin test, I think. Yeah, maybe a dead individual of the urchins we've seen with those debris adornments.
So we might want to, pilots, if we could maybe head over to those couple rocks on the right side, maybe think about picking up one of those. Yeah. We can zoom in and see if they might be surely rocks. I think they are. And they're a good size, and in case we don't make it to any more outcrop in the next 20 minutes, might be a good one to grab. Yeah, the center one looks best, I think, and it's also got a nice, looks like a manganese crust on it. So that would be of interest to our marine minerals folks. Yeah, that'll do nicely. So we'll use these samples not only to try to establish the age of this volcano we're on, but also see how it differs geochemically with the other more traditional and much bigger seamounts. And the manganese crust on this will be used to characterize the sort of crusts we get in this part of the world, where we know a lot about manganese crusts in different parts of the Pacific, but we have very few samples from this part of the Gulf. We can just have a quick look at it. Green lights. There we go.
You never know, there may be a brittle star on it.
It's hard to believe there isn't.
Oh yeah, it's definitely got some of that lighter reddish color on the bottom that hasn't been coated in the manganese.
Yeah, I don't see a real thick crust here, but when we get it on board, we'll look. They get a little shinier and more metallic looking, as opposed to the brown color you see on the bottom, which has been protected from the crust forming, which basically precipitates right out of the seawater as from manganese and iron colloids. They often carry, although not in this part of the world, other trace metals including cobalt and copper and some rare earth elements.
Actually, ROV, this is a watch lead. While we're here, can we grab another rock with a brittle star on it?
Of course.
And put it in the bio box. Sorry? Actually in the bio box so that we keep that brittle star. Yeah. Brittle star is the target of this collection. Thank you. So it looks like everything but the port outer rock box.
This was the port outer, you mean, yeah.
What about the one to the right?
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like a little nicer rock.
Yeah,
I think
what about the one to the right is great.
Oh, yeah. Can we, oh, he's an easier reach.
I think so.
Nice. Looks like another grenadier, perhaps. I see his shadow coming over to see what's going on.
I see that, yeah. Looks like it's kind of drawn to us, so there might be time to get a good look.
All right.
Beautiful. Thanks for
Port
that.
inboard bio box. EX2306-D07-11B in the port inboard bio box.
Oh, perfect. I was just looking for you. So we had a request for some extra imagery of these grenadiers, possibly the giant grenadier, Albatrosio pectoralis. Beautiful. One of our scientists back at shore noticed some circular markings on the other individual we had a good zoom of. Could have possibly been suction or sucker marks from a squid of some kind. Seeing some little parasites attached to the scales of this fish. Possibly parasitic copepods. Sorry? Okay, great. No, that's fine. Yeah, this is a great zoom. If we could get the whole length, just kind of let it swim out of view. And then we can continue to look around for the last 10 minutes of this dive. I think we're seeing probably one of those flytrap anemones and a little urchin in front. One of the urchins we've been seeing that's wearing its outfit of debris. I think we've had lots of good zooms from this area, so let's move ahead. Yeah, just in the last little bit of time that we have down here at the kind of midpoint, reaching the peak of one of the deep Discoverer domes. We're at about 3,179 meters depth.
Bearing 250 degrees at
It's up from the 3,300 meters we started out at on this dive.
Good copy, thanks.
We might need to change that for the next one.
Ship moving work pilots. This will probably be the only move we get.
Roger.
So I'm not sure what those little, are those sandy patches or?
Oh yeah.
Or passing over those darker, or are they collections of something organic? I can't quite tell.
Looks like we're getting up into more of the rocky, spongy area again.
It's interesting. There's a little trail down the hill. That looks like it's a little a debris flow.
Copy pilots. This will probably
Do you want to pan to the right a little bit to take a look, or keep on?
No, that's good. Let's just keep going. We'll see more than one of those. But yeah, those look like they kind of slid down the hill. Kind of.
Watch lead nav.
Yeah, watch lead.
I think the previous nav probably was in comms with you guys, but just to make sure, we have about maybe 8 minutes left on bottom here.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Good
Yeah.
copy.
Yeah, we'll just
good.
see what we can see.
Sounds good, thanks.
RV, if we could get the lasers on.
They should be on.
Are they? Am I just missing
they?
it? There we go.
There
Thank
they
you. Just a very cool observation. Those little sea urchins, the Okeanos, are normally very rare. So just to have so many of them
So 5 minutes here and then 5 minutes that time.
seen on this
5 and 5. Copy that.
transect have been really exciting, and to have that one that was just sitting there in front of us, kind of opportunistically. We've seen quite a few of them. This is a great spot to end.
And here's our last,
Look at this.
last outcrop of the day, our boulder crop anyway.
Did you get a rock sample from this kind of area, or is that of interest? This is probably...
Yeah, we just got one, and I think it'll do.
Great.
It probably came from here or somewhere very close.
Mm-hmm.
I came down to give you some tether.
Copy that.
Oh yeah, very interesting darker patterns of sediment in the to the right there. Wow.
Yeah, can we zoom in on that just to see, is that gravelly or is that, I
Sure.
think it is, looks like sand.
Point down. Did you want to come on in?
Hey, coming in.
Yeah,
Hmm.
almost a little pavement it looks like of pebbles perhaps.
And video's clear.
Copy that.
All right, thanks. So perhaps I think we're looking at just a really thin mantle, kind of an ephemeral mantle of fine sand on a pebbly pavement.
Oh, okay. That would make a lot of sense if this got just a little bit covered. You'd still see the rocks
Right.
on top.
Right.
Can't tell what that is that you're pointing towards.
10 meters out.
Yeah, it's like at the top of your minute cam, top left.
A few more
the
of
left
these
one.
circles.
It's like
It
just
was
some rocks.
really great to investigate what was going on with those. Now we know that there's a tube or a holdfast of something that's kind of getting whipped around in circles by the current over time. I'm glad we got a bit of a glimpse of these rocky outcrops again. They're pretty fantastic.
Let's see. You're already lined up, so I just need to...
Scattered with black corals
Spin
and
counterclockwise.
glass sponges and crinoids.
How
A high diversity
what's our OBT?
of all of those things.
4 minutes.
Copy. 22:42. Yep, 4 minutes setup.
Gives us a BTR of 4 minutes.
Go bridge. Copy, thanks.
Estimated time to rise.
Oh, is that what it is?
I don't know. What'd you say?
ETR? I was thinking it was BTR. Bottom time remaining.
Could be.
Our ETOP to the surface is 104 minutes, pilots. Estimated time of travel.
minutes.
1 hour.
Understood.
44
Pilot,
minutes.
I'm going to start putting in your minutes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh, sorry, you're shilling.
Watch lead, Nav.
Watch lead.
Just wanted to ask, is there any desire for Niskins on the way up or before we leave the bottom?
Yeah, let's take one more right here.
Roger that.
Thank you.
And then maybe look to, what do we have, about 3 more?
Let's see.
1, 2, 3.
One, two.
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, we're taking 2. So
this is in 3.
then maybe just do, Then maybe just do one
Just
at the
do
deep
one right
scattering
there.
layer.
Yeah.
Survey
on the
2,
way up.
Art.
Sounds good.
Are you ready for a Niskin? Can't hear you, but I can get a thumbs up. Perfect. Nav, are you ready for Niskin?
All set.
right. We are resetting on the Niskin. And we'll go at the top of the minute.
Wow, even a different kind of
So here we go.
stock sponge back there. Keep on seeing things that are
5,
new.
4, 3, 2, 1. Fire.
Ooh. Looks like it wanted to, and it didn't.
That's a negative on that capture. Sean, what do you think?
Number 3, I'm trying to think what would cause it to get hung up.
I think we're going to lose 2 if we
Yeah.
reset and try again.
Watch lead, Nav. Is that okay if we attempt another fire, or do you want to save 2 for the Ascent?
No, I think only need the 1 for the Ascent, so
All right, we'll
please
reset
go ahead and
we'll try
refire,
again.
yeah.
Good copy.
Resetting. To reset. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trigger.
Weird.
There we go.
Interesting.
That's confirmed on canister 4.
Perfect,
3
thank
did
you.
not launch.
That's weird.
Huh.
It looks like
Got caught somewhere.
there's not really much to catch on back there.
So I
There's
don't know
another
for logging
octopus to our left,
the one
pilot.
that didn't fire. I-
Copy that. I think it's
or if
I-
we should
time
make
to
it a
set up
separate.
the
Sounds
What do you
good.
think?
video. Thank you.
I need some moments for my arm if you want
Yeah.
to look at it.
I was going to move ahead and just make a note that
Pick up,
3 failed.
All right, pilots, time to
So,
start setting
and
up
leave it
for
at 12.
Leave it at 12? Okay.
Copy that.
Shoot.
All right, I'm stowing the arm. You've got a few minutes.
We can
to
do
keep-
that. This is dry erase.
We just slowly. Do you care
Watch
if
lead,
I
Nav.
Watch lead here.
Just
drive
wanted to
underneath
confirm
you
that that
today?
sample was
Keeping
12,
bottom in
1,
view?
2 water, 12 water. 12 dead.
1, 2 water, that's affirmative.
Good copy.
You
Thank
know,
you.
we were just discussing what it was
Double
going to be,
down.
and that's what we settled on.
Roger that, and that's in canister 4.
Gotcha, thanks.
Okay, so just with the last little bit of time we have on Deep
you're trying to talk
Discoverer
to Bobby?
Dome,
Oh, okay.
can take
can
a
hear you.
look at a few different species as we kind of prepare to ascend. That
Okay, going left.
very
slow.
cool black coral, probably also a corallomorph anemone-looking creature in the background. We've got our new and interesting
Nav,
six-armed
that looks
crinoid
good to
in
me on the
front,
shilling. Can you please confirm?
and the
that.
possibly
Yep, looks good to me.
Atlanticella
All right, so
glass
one's coming in.
sponges kind of throughout.
Copy that. I have auto XY enabled at this time.
Our swing arm looks like it's a port side swing arm. Does not look correct to me. Looks like we got twisted. This is all the
Upper?
way. This is all the way up. It's not shown back at me.
I can see it there.
Yeah, maybe it's just the angle. I feel like we're not getting.
I love it. I'm finally seeing the science chat
Delta's,
freak out about the
26.
amount of
It
Atlanticella
looks like it's pointing down.
sponges we've seen. I thought I was the only one that thought it was wild. So,
Okay.
thanks for the
Second on that.
enthusiasm.
Lowers.
And we
Outboard.
did end up collecting a very small individual
Outboard.
on the first rock sample.
Stow.
So we'll treat that with great care as we scrape it off and take a look at it under the dissecting scope to maybe capture some identifying features for you. But of course, all of our samples will go to the Smithsonian for further analysis, and they
How
can
would you
be
like me to do?
accessed from there by
Come
the
up like
wider
5 meters.
scientific
Can
community.
I'll start to kind of spin. I can just kind of drive under you. If you want to follow me with your rotator.
This is actually a really exciting dive. You never know what to expect at these kinds of depths, but we started out in kind of the abyssal plain, a lot of mud as far as the eye can see, and detritivores, and some of those Pacific, the giant grenadiers. So then we ended up in some very cool rocky outcrops on and off throughout this dive that yielded a really different environment for lots of other highlights. We've got a full
Delta's 13. I'll keep
cassette
coming up.
of suction jars and a fairly full bio box and rock box, so there'll be lots for us to do once the ROV surfaces.
Good with that?
Yeah.
All right, I'm pushing forward.
I'd like to thank our the GFOE team, the ROV crew, and the video crew for this dive today. We've got some really excellent imagery of a very little known
Cameron's
environment
94.
and depth bands. It's been amazing. And thanks to everyone at NOAA Ocean Exploration and the Okeanos crew for providing this opportunity.
Pull up your other.
And I'd also like to thank the folks that have tuned in on our science chat, our onshore scientists. We always appreciate your expertise and observations. So thanks, everyone.
All right, yes, very nice dive. Yeah, as Merlin said, you never really do know what you're going to see, and our objective today was to dive deep, to look at something down near the abyssal depths, and we're down below about 3,000 meters. And just out of interest, there were these strange features nearby that I don't believe have ever really been explored or even described. But it looked like if there was a chance to see anything else in addition of interest, they might provide something. We guessed that they might be either a basaltic, likely, or volcanic, igneous volcanic feature of some sort, but the possibility remained they might have been mud volcanoes, and in any case, whatever it was might have been fully covered in mud. So we were very lucky to find some outcrops that gave us a kind of a second habitat to look at besides the sandy bottoms. So yeah, all in all, a really interesting dive.
Yep, let's go for autos.
Got some good samples that'll, I think, keep a lot of scientists busy. And yeah, thanks to everybody.
I'm gonna
made it happen. And Merlin, it's always been real entertaining working with you.
Oh,
so we're looking forward till tomorrow.
It's always a pleasure to work
and the
with
next
you.
day.
Go to about 80.
I've been learning so much.
I'm not. Yeah, you can start. I'm not
off bottom.
quite ready yet. Z-Bias is in. I'm starting to come up.
Oops.
All right. I'll start at 90. Ooh.
Great,
Sorry.
Charlie, now.
I had auto depth still in.
Just wanted to let you know the vehicles are off bottom.
You might have to slow for a second.
15 Delta. It's
See if I catch up.
you slow down.
Thought I was going, then I realized auto's still in there.
Yep, holding. Down at 10.
Oh yeah, we're looking good now.
Okay, picking up a little. backing up a little bit more.
Pushing out, headings are a little out of alignment there. Slowing down. Delta 4. Delta 5 looking good. Delta 6. Okay, I'm back on 90 coming up.
I can. I think they probably have you turned way down. Yeah, you're at -9 on mine. Yep. So, with our new pan and tilt, can't really see the upper swing arms. So I can't tell if it just seemed like they were a little bit out.
Yeah. I thought the other day the port side did look a little low.
I didn't hear what depth though are
relative to the other one.
We'll need to
look
confirm
at
that.
it.
So let's see.
Inspect it on deck.
Watch
Uppers.
these now.
This would be uppers up. Oop. This is starboard down. Yeah, facing us, blinding us, and coming back up. And port side going down, blinding us, and back up. Stow. Stow. Okay, I think that's, I'm going to go ahead and say it's my fault that we're delayed getting into position there.
I don't think it's
I
anyone's-
just try to,
I don't think it's anyone's fault.
I like to move the hydraulics slowly.
Nobody's fault. It's team ownership. Oh, I think
No.
the time was thrown out. What time we had to?
I'll take it. I'm slow
Yeah,
on
I
the
think so.
shielding
ROV,
and
this
the,
is watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
I'd like to request a Niskin fire at 420, please.
Absolutely. 420 meters depth. We'll make it so.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. 420 meters depth, pilots.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're really pulling tight on the tether, it's decent. I've seen that before. It wants to tend to starboard and will kind of spin that way. I think your tether's what's stopping it from going any further.
Deepest sounding we have is down to almost 1,500 meters. Hard to say what.
We can bring that back down.
See the line rate dialed in as 30 to 31. I think we'll be just fine. I knew what Bobby was capable of. when motivated properly. Yeah.
I feel like it had to be that the filament just got wedged into so it's the loop, and it pulled out and probably turned and jammed, smushed. I don't know. It is, but
Could it be caught on the bob itself? There's no way, right? Don't go through the bob.
that was you and me this morning, right? Wait, we're not. Oh, on pre-dub. Yeah, you and me. We didn't go through Bob's.
It was you and Todd, right?
If the knot gave out.
Yeah, or it'd be flopping if one end went out, yeah. That's interesting. It definitely looks like it's snagged on something.
Yeah.
It did look like it moved, too, when it fired. It tried. Tried real hard.
You have a loop in there. How much? What if the bottom is missing? What if it snapped? The bottom is gone, and the top just sort of enough of the rubber hose going up and through the bottle and hanging out. Well, yeah, if the knot came out one side, but the bottom could still be hanging and attached. Like it's no longer a loop, right? Like if the loop.
I feel like tension would be released in that case, though. Wouldn't you
If
see
the
it
loop
moving quite a bit?
went like that, bottom would still be attached, and not enough tension to bring it together.
I just think it'd be a little more saggy than that.
No, because the bottom's still attached, so it's not letting it pull through. But not enough spring tension to force it closed, right? Like if only half came off.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Emmy builds a second bottle, can add a camera. No, those are permanent now. No, they're permanent. We're going to add another bottle, more cameras. We're going to have a permanent tow cam looking down,
nice.
Since multi-beam is always pointed up. So just a permanent tow cam. We can do a permanent aft heel cam. We can do a Niskin rack cam.
More cameras. All the cameras. Everywhere.
It sounded like excitement from video engineer.
Yes.
Roland Bryan.
Roland is super excited for more cameras. Sounds like we need more recording servers too.
You wouldn't need to record them all times.
I would like a 6 server recording option to record the shilling cam at all times.
Make it so.
Yes. You hear that, Roland? Make it so. Well.
Because you're pulling me.
Sounds like server 6 is going to be shilling cam.
It's a balance. It's a dance. Enough to straighten, but not enough to move my position.
There it is. little feature we were on today in its entirety. I didn't get a good look at it on bathymetry. Sure is. Definitely a connection. To what, though? Remains to be seen. We should be above any topography or bathymetry near us. Should be safe to move ahead when we decide to do so. We're streaming just fine now, though. I haven't heard, but yeah. Looks like launch heading was 290, so we clocked to the port side a little bit.
I think the wind came around, right?
Mm-hmm. Wind this morning
was up at like 300, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. It was actually, like a little north of 300. Yesterday, yeah. Has motor comp been okay the last 2 days?
If not slightly over. I forget what the percentage was at pre-dive. Not necessarily, because it being tied is longer. So if half of it came undone, the half remaining is still shorter. Well, it's still shorter than the length of the bottle. If it's half. So it could be like under tension. When it releases, it's not enough tension to fully close it. Or it slipped a little. Like half of it came undone. And then under tension it sort of worked its way through the bottom one. That would explain why it's softer now. Because I'm with you, even if half the loop came undone, that still should be enough tension to see more than what we saw. Maybe not, yeah.
You assign it wherever you need to assign it. I'm all about that ownership. I just want to know who the Nis King is.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nav. Are we?
No, I'm just trying to set up the next nav for success.
Don't. "30 meters a minute. Passing 2630. Not that I know of. I think I can do that. I can do that. Five wraps to fleet. Maybe not 5, but it's close. Here we go, making the turn. We have good turn. Roger, altitude. What now? Oh, the ground fault? Yeah, something like that. Passing 820 meters, 400 meters away. All right. Control room stations, nav, survey 2, and watch lead. We are about 100 meters from our Niskin. About 3 minutes. Passing 480 meters, about 2 minutes. Hydraulics are up.
Streaming looking great. I probably could go ahead and take auto sway out since we're going right into the current, huh? Yeah. And it would just be one less thing Dive Soup would have to do. It's following you. Bridge RV now. If you don't mind, yeah, let's go ahead and take out auto sway at this time. I think it shouldn't affect things too much, and it would be one less thing for you guys to do at 50 meters. Copy, thanks. And can you confirm you're listening to Decade? Thank you.
Passing 450 meters. 1 minute out from Niskin. $20 meters. Valve packs enabled. Passing 430. 10 meters out. Resetting pin. .425. 5 meters out. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. Good Niskin. Resetting.
Excellent.
Do I need to try give that? I did reset. Do I need to give that shilling a little tuck? All right. I'll give it a little bump. Here's shoulder up. Here is. Yeah, I'm just checking all the joints. Wristing a little bit. A little bit right. I see movement. Shoulder up. Elbow down. Disabled. Lowers. Stow. Stow. Upper. Stow. Stow. Disabled. Hydraulics coming down. HP off. Valve packs off. 300 meters wire out, 300.
Dive Super Nav, loud and clear. Go Dive Soup. Okay. Vehicles are ascending, passing 230 meters depth. We have the ship steaming ahead at decimal 5 knots through the water. We do have a heading of 250 for recovery today. We have approximately 10 knots of wind, 45 degrees off the port bow, and decimal 2 knots of current, approximately 15 degrees off the starboard bow. We have the port prop and port rudder disengaged at this time. The ship is disengaged, auto surge and auto sway. Center of rotation is midships. Beautiful skies on the horizon. We'll be ready for recovery when we reach 50 meters. That is all. Dive Super has comms. Copy, Wilco, dive suit. Vehicle is streaming 25 degrees to starboard at this time.
Seven 5 meters wire out. Six zero. And winches stop at 50 meters.
Dive suit nav. Vehicle is holding at 50 meters depth, currently streaming about 18 degrees to starboard.
0030. No.
Be advised, lots of jellies in the water again today.
side deck. Let's go ahead and recover Sirius. Okay, pilot, tugger lines are on. Let's go ahead and start giving us some aft way to reduce the tension in the tether as Sirius comes up and over the side.
Good copy. Halfway.
Let me know if you get up and over 60%.
Copy that.
Pilot, if you could increase your aft way, please.
Good copy.
And also give us a bump to surface if you don't mind.
Bump to surface.
Winch, could we secure the fans if possible?
Fans going for it. I think they got turned back on.
Good copy.
Pilot's holding 60 back.
Good copy, pilot. I'll have the ship start to slow down a little.
Thruster fans are already off. Not sure which ones are on.
Copy that. That's looking good, pilot. Let's maintain what you got.
Maintaining.
Cameras are set for auto.
Easing.
Good copy, pilot.
Backing.
Copy that, pilot. Okay, pilot, that's looking really good. Let's maintain.
Maintaining.
Sirius HD is clear.
Winch, take back local control.
Remote disabled.
Deck A-frame. Pilot, if you could give us a bump to surface, please.
Bump to surface.
And pilot can go off stick other than auto head and bumping up.
I'm off stick. Other bump to surface. Auto heading still engaged this time.
Good copy. We'll hold that until about 2/3 of the way down the tether.
Copy that. Auto heading coming out.
Good copy, pilot. Auto head out.
Looks free on our end.
Copy that, pilot. I can confirm lift line is clear. Daisy chain is clear. Okay, pilot, lift line is tight. Let's go ahead and lock in auto heading in versus ship and start backing towards crane.
Copy that. Auto heading's in, slowly backing. Let me give
Copy.
a bump to surface real quick too.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, off on verts, backing only.
Right, pilot, it's looking good. If you could give us a bump to surface.
Bumping. Off verts.
Good copy, pilot.
Maintaining backing.
Good copy, pilot. Maintaining backing. Sounds good. We're walking you over now. Crane's following nicely. Lift line is coming in. Pilot, if we could bump to surface again, keep on back in. That's looking really good.
Bumping. Off verts. Another bump.
Another bump to surface and keep on back and pilot. It's looking good. It's looking good, pilot. Let's keep backing. Nice work, pilot. Keep backing, almost under the crane. All right, pilot, you're under the crane. It's coming up. Let's go ahead and give a slight twist to starboard. And pilot off stick.
Off stick.
Pilot, secure power.
Decky stop. Winch, knife switch.
Knife switch.
Power meter read 0.
Vehicle's cold. Pilot down super.